Afternoon, everybody. How you doing? We're back again, live. How's everyone doing? Anyone had a heavy night? I actually didn't do any drinking last night, look, so I'm like bright as a button today. Oh, need to get some down my neck quick, I think, to make up. Right, we've got a few in already. Some early risers here today. We've got Mike Atlantis is in. Yeah, Andrew, tuning cat. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Brilliant. And like the new icon mic as well. ZX. It's a red handbag. I do like a red handbag. Gary's popping out to the supermarket. Ninja Burgundy Beast. Nick Petronics. Hi, Nick. From Sunny Stroud, by the sound of it. David Tagg. Hi, David, from North Derbyshire. Derbyshire? Mr. Ninja's up in Sheffield, 21 degrees. Whoa. It's quite nice here today, actually. It's fairly warm. It's yeah, it's cleared up nice. It's a bit of cloud about, but overall it's really nice. Andrewausfa. Sounds like Andrew's trolling for women. Andrew, I'm not sure whether that's what that question's supposed to mean. I'm sure there are women watching, so all the women watchers, welcome. Everyone's welcome. Hi Benji, hi Rob Titheridge. Cyberflyer, hi Cyber. Catching up still, Rob Cross, hi Rob. Pat Jones, hi Pat. George, hi George. Gary Pooh Sylvester. Afternoon there, Gary Pooh Sylvester. Welcome, mate. I would recognise that name, and I've not seen it before. So welcome to the channel, mate. David Roberts, hi David. Graham Townsend, Harvey. In and out, Harvey. How you doing? How's Harvey doing? So I had so many things I could have done today, but we'll see how we get on with this Hacker Herald. And I said Hunter then. Hacker Herald. Because I've been out and got lots of things this week. I've been up to see Nick Petronics, so had a good little chat, cup of tea, and a chat with Nick. A little trip around his workshop as well, which was very enjoyable. It's got some nice kit in there. So I've got a video coming out next. I think it'll be out next Wednesday. It's already out for my Patreons, but it'll be out next Wednesday for general public viewing. And Nick, you should have the link for that, mate. So you should better view that straight away. So any edits you left to let me know, mate. What else have I got to report? So last week Mrs. Cruncher didn't go back to work till Wednesday. So really, I haven't done anything till Wednesday. Wednesday I carried on at a play with that Maxcom CB of Brett's. It will be Brett's once I've sorted it, because it suddenly stopped transmitting again, and I do not know why. Very strange, that one. I do not know why. It got warm. I let it warm up, and I had it on the bench while I was working, and for some reason I tried to key it up a few times, and it wasn't keying up. So you know, I think it's I don't know what it is, to be honest. I've gone through it all. I've checked the microphone. I've tried other mics. It's not the microphone. So obviously something has got warm and failed. The crystal's okay. It's a little bit out of spec, but not enough to stop it working. So that was Wednesday. Thursday I shot up to see Nick for the day, pretty much, because by the time I went up and back, it was the day gone, really. So I come back with a couple bits of kit, which I'm not going to reveal at the moment, but that'll be a future video, so keep an eye out for that. On Friday, I had 2 circuit boards. Well, they were actually dropped off on Thursday, actually, by a mate of mine that repairs sort of farm equipment, agricultural engineer, I suppose he is. Dropped me off 2 circuit boards. One I've pretty much sorted. I'm just waiting for some parts from RS. The other one I've got a real issue trying to find an SMD component. So let's quickly look at that, because one of you out there might recognize this thing and might be able to actually help me out, because I've got to order whatever this is, otherwise the thing ain't gonna work. So let me bring you up an image of the component that I photographed through the microscope. So let's go to full screen. Let's go screen cap, cube. So you won't, I can't see the screen at the moment, you're looking at what is some sort of diode. And it's very strange markings on it. I can't work out. I mean, Paul, Mr. Cody's has had a good look through and come up with some suggestions, but I'm not convinced. Now the board is actually a 36 volt brushless motor controller board, I believe. Yeah, a 36 volt brushless controller. It's 2013, the board, so it's not modern really as such. They're not microscopic SMD components, so well, some of them are, but the majority aren't. But yeah, I really don't know what it is. It's marked as DZ. And it basically goes across the pins of the MOSFET, which I'm assuming is the gate and the drain of the MOSFET. DZ I'd have thought would have been a Zener diode. Let me just see if I've got any more pictures here. Which way are we going? There, so there you can see the diode down the bottom. Look. There's another diode beside it just marked D6. So this is DZ2. It's a dead short. I mean, it's got to be replaced or removed. But you can just about see the pad for the MOSFET here. So that's one of the pads. The other one comes off of this leg, which goes up in a round. So this is the positive rail as well. This is connected to the positive of this capacitor. There is another one on the circuit, another one of these DZs. It's a DZ1. Now, I've took it out of circuit. It's just measuring as a normal diode on my component tester. If I put it back in circuit, it's measuring, I don't know, it's between 4.7 and 5.4 volt Zener, but that's in circuit, which I wouldn't really trust an in circuit measurement. So it's a bit of a mystery, that one. So yeah, anybody can shed any light on that. DZ1 is up here, exactly the same component, and that's across. This is a voltage regulator, I think, 5 volt regulator. And that's the ground pin there. So it's from ground down to this. I don't know if that's another MOSFET or transistor. But yeah, as you can see, it's a 34 volt brushless controller. I believe it's for some sort of saw. So I think it's a battery chainsaw or something like that, or battery circular saw. I'm not 100% sure what it's out of. But definitely the MOSFET's gone. Have we got any? No, that's a picture of a battery. No. And there you can see it on the board marked DZ2, but it is definitely gone. So anyway, let's get back to my screen. Let me just exit this, if I can. Exit full screen, F11. God damn me, so many button pushes, so many button pushes. Anybody know what that is then? You're gonna watch it later when you've had some alcohol. Good call. LCD TVs. Hi Phil. Phil, the power's in. Hi Phil, how are you? How's the tabletop Atlantis coming on? Well, I did have a look. I went up to Bridgewater yesterday to visit to pick up some radios actually and visit my lad, and he started work on it. It's a bit scary because he's took all the finish off of it. He's evened out the corners. Remember, the corners were bent in, so he's sanded all that back and eased all that back in. But I've told him if he can give me a couple of weeks' notice for when it's ready, I'll make a start on the chassis. So it's a little way away yet. He's got loads of work on at the moment. And if you're in the messenger group, you'll know he's got some quite nice bits of kit for sale at the moment. I believe some people have already ordered some stuff from him. Afternoon, Colin. How are you? Hi, Brett. It's a licorice imp. Eh? Ninja, that's a fast recovery diode, is it? Is that what the DZ means then, Mr. Ninja? So Harvey's after a Pi PF8 transceiver? Electronic dust, it certainly is. Hi, Time Tech. I'd have thought it was a Zener, Time Tech, but it's not really measuring as a Zener. And normally with the Zener, well, looking at some of the data sheets for these, most of them have got the Zener voltage marked on them, but this hasn't. I really do not know what that marking is. It is a real mystery. Incidentally, talking about CB stuff, I mean, I've actually look. This will please Benji. I've got a cup of tea on the go, and this was a gift from Richard, Mr. UK CB Radio Servicing. I've been to Scratchy Corner Mug, look, TSG Communications, Lincolnshire. So yeah, cup of tea, cup of Earl Grey for me today. So I would say cheers with a cup of tea, but I've got some beer for in a second. So as I say, things coming up. I've got a video coming out with Nick in on Wednesday, which he assures me will be very cringeworthy for him. But no, it's a good little video. Only like 9 minutes long, so it's not an epic. Yeah, it's not something you need to get the popcorn on that for, but it's just a quick insight into Nick's lab and what he does. And if you don't follow Nick, he's here, Mr. Petronics. Have a look, Mr. Petronics. Have a look at his YouTube page. Got some very interesting stuff there. Very clever chap, far cleverer than I could ever deem to be. So he certainly knows his stuff. And he's done a leak amplifier recently, which has come out very nicely. Great bit of fault finding on that as well, Nick. I have watched, well, I'm not quite through all of part 2 yet, but nearly there. As I say, it's difficult, isn't it, when you follow so many people, which videos to watch next. It's good actually, because it keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? What else have I got to show you? I can show you some other stuff that's coming up soon. Oh, that's not that. That's my grandson. I'm sure you don't want to see pictures of my grandson, although he's a cute little boy. Oh, Teddy. So in the boot of my car, and it's still mostly in the boot of my car, is all this lot. So I'm sure you can all play guess the radio there, but this was a lot that came up for sale on the Vintage Radio forum. And I say he was actually up in North Peverton, which is literally about 5 minutes from where my lad lives. So I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone and go up there, pick that up, and pop in for a visit with Chris, Jess, and the family. So some interesting radios there for up and coming streams. And again, if anybody sees anything they fancy there, then I can't see me keeping all of that lot, to be fair. The only thing that I probably will hang on to for the time being is this one here, which I'm sure some of you all know what that is, but you know, I've got a bit of a fetish for battery radios. Battery valve radios seem to be my thing, really. I don't really go in for these main sets that much, although there's a couple woodies there. But yeah, this is a battery set, and we've also got another battery set over here, which you'll have seen on my channel a couple times. So there you are. Certainly some up and coming stream material there. But this one's lost a little bit of veneer off the corner, which is a real shame because it's a lovely pattern. Look, obviously they've cut the veneer and matched it. Do they call that book matching or something? Don't they? Where they sort of like fold the veneer out and it mirrors it. I think it's called book matching. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, we need to crack on, don't we? It's going to be time to go, else. It's going to be time to go, else, isn't it? Gary Pooh Sylvester drinking some old German lager beer in the cans. Not bad for a Sunday morning at 5:44 in the morning. Where are you, Gary Pooh? Oh, hang on. ZX, how the hell did you find that? A 15 volt, 200 milliwatt diode. Hi, Stephen, how are you? How did you find that out, ZX? How much for the Tiguan? Yeah. Yeah, well, you want the boot liners as well, I suppose, Brett, do you? And the dog guard. Stop the kids from biting you. Portland, Oregon. Very nice, Gary. Very nice. Right, there's my scratchy corner Earl Grey tea done. I don't normally drink tea in the streams, but that was left over from my lunch. So we'll have a quick look at this board. I'd be interested to know how you came to that, ZX. It's a 15 volt, 200 milliwatt diode. What, just a basic diode? Why would they mark it DZ though instead of not just a D? Let me just make a note of that a minute. I will quickly show you the board in all its glory. Got the usual light glare on it. That should hopefully be in focus. So we've got, let's find something to point with. So this is the board that weird and wonderful diode is on. So where are we? It's actually upside down, really. Let's just flip the picture a minute. Okay. So this is the sort of power MOSFET. Now this is definitely blown. It's a dead short. Where is it? I did have it here somewhere. There. Yeah, that is an absolute dead short. So that's gone short. And this track here comes up through. This is the diode here, DZ2, and that's just gone short circuit. It's a dead short, that is. I've popped the two capacitors out. They were okay. They'd gone a little bit high, so I'm going to replace those two. They're not an issue, and I can't find anything else wrong on the board. We've got a huge, great heat sink with more transistors on, but they're checking out all right, which is strange because I'd have thought they were ripe for blowing. And there's another load on the other side of that whacking great heat sink. It's like a load of T-flut. So yes, that's the issue. And you can see there's another one up here which I've just popped a couple little bits of solder on to test it. That's exactly the same diode. I did pop it out, and I think it was something like 0.7. I can't remember now. I mean, if it's useful to anybody, I can whip that one back off a bit later, and we can test it live. But yeah, that's pretty much the circuit then, so you can see it in all its glory there. So I don't know what's caused it to go pop like that. I mean, I've got a feeling that there should be a sort of a motor start. Should there be a motor start cap in the actual handle itself? Afternoon, Rob. How are you? Systech. I don't know, ZX. I can't. That's the only. I've been all the way through this board. I mean, the voltage regulator is checking out okay on resistance. It's not shorted, although I can't really power it up as such. There's sense wires and all sorts on here, so without it having the saw here to power it up, I can't really tell. But certainly, we've got a microcontroller type thing here. Well, again, that's not shorted. There is a ground on each side of it that's not shorted. I've gone through all the transistors. They're all fine. None of them shorted. And we've got these up here. Whether these are MOSFETs again, but again, I have checked that, and we haven't really got any shorts on that. But yeah, that's got really hot. Really hot. There is like I say, there is another one. If you look just here, let's just zoom you in a little bit on that. That's the other DZ1. It's got exactly the same markings on it. You just take, I'm getting sidetracked again, aren't I? But I would like some assistance on this. Could do with some help on it. So if I hook my component tester up to it, can I get this on the component tester? I might be able to. No, not me, not you, Graham. If you can see that or not. That's not great. Let's just pop the stand on it. We will get round to the hacker in a minute, don't worry. I'm in no rush today. I've just eaten my dinner, so I'm good for hours. I'm good for hours. I'm saying, oh no. Okay, so if I just pop this across these two wires, now this is in circuit, but like I say, out of circuit, it's so in circuit, it's measuring as a Zener. You can see there it's 5.43, and if I scroll down through, so the reverse voltage is 5.43, forward voltage 0.76. I don't think that is a Zener. I think it's a normal diode. But if I take it off the board, the trouble is it's a pig to test off the board. I'll have to solder some little wires to it. Let's just take that off. I don't know if I can get you in any closer to see the markings on that one. I don't know if this camera will show you the markings. I'll have to clean it up now. So it's a Systec. Mr. ZX, you're a mine of knowledge. Let's play with it a bit longer then. Yeah, it's not really a good enough resolution to see it, is it? Oh. No, you can't really see it. Let's play about with it. Let's play about with it. Let's get it off the board. Then I promise we will get the hacker out in a minute. Always deviate from the task in hand, don't I? Just get the hot air on there, and I'll take it off with the hot air. So I don't use the hot air very often, but it's good stuff. I'll probably blow all the bits off the board now. Let's turn it around that way. Where is it? DZ1. Well. There she is. Dust. Let's get a bit of paper to put it on, save it burning my cutting mat. Where are you on the paper? No, that way. Up, down. There we are. Focus. Bit of dust. So I need to just tack a little bit of wire on each side, just so I can attach the probes to it. And Aston, does your little SMD tester for the peak meters, does that do these little 2-pin packages as well as the 3-pin diodes? 3-pin transistors, that is. Diodes? What are you going on about? Diodes. Right, let's just see if I can attach a little tiny bit of wire to each end, and we can test it then. Let's put a little bit of flux on it. Got the wrong soldering iron tip. Let's get the right soldering iron tip on it. Go back in. I can't get the soldering iron tip back in. Come on. Always got to play up, haven't they? There we are. Right. We just transistors. Yeah. Don't sneeze. Tell me about it. I can't bloody see the thing hardly. Oops. God, do not lose this thing, Graham. Do not lose it. Okay, I need a bit more flux on that because it's all dried up. Let's just tin it a minute. Get off. Come on, are you going to join on there? There's one. I think it's just joined. Not very strong, but it is on there. Ah, flipping thing. Yeah, I didn't think that one was on very well. Let's just do that again. Let's just do that again. Use that to hold it this time. It's better. Right. Sort of connected. Zoom out a bit, Graham. You don't need to be in that close. Now this will measure Zeners, so it's saying it's got forward voltage of 0.763. No reverse voltage, so it isn't a Zener. I mean, this thing will measure Zeners. So it's just saying it's a normal diode junction. So if it was a Zener, it would have another voltage on it. DZ sounds like a diode Zener to me. Record player. I don't think we'll be having any record player. I don't think we'll have time for any record player action today, Mike. I don't know, Graham. You don't want to find out by testing the good one. Do nice pointy probes. Yeah, I've got the 2-pin tweezer things, George. I have got those. You need a curve tracer. God. Maybe the tester can't do 15-volt Zeners. But you would think, where is it? LCR. So we'll look, see if I can find the manual for it. Or is it one of these manuals that comes on disc? I don't think it is. ESR, LCR, everything but, and that always the same. Ah, here we go. Zener diodes, page 9. It says it may not be able to identify Zener diodes with a Zener voltage of more than 11 volts. It will, however, still identify the diode junction in its forward biased mode. Yeah, so you could be well be right there. I need a Zen 50 now, do I? Yeah, you can use the peak as a curve tracer. Because it was thought that possibly it was a 20-volt Zener, because Paul at Mr. Cody's found me have I still got that? ESD protection diodes. ESD protection diodes. Yeah, Paul thought it might be I'm rambling. I'm rambling here, people. I'm rambling. I'm just trying to think. I've got so many screens open here. Oh, I got myself twice. That can't be good. So test it with a 20 volt through a 2K2 or 3K3 resistor, then use your voltmeter to show its voltage. Test it with 20 volts. Okay, as I say, we're way out of my comfort zone here, Mr. ZX, so you're going to have to bear with me while we decide how to do that. So, we need a 2K2 or 3K3 resistor. I'm sure I can sort that out. he says. And this is good bit of learning for everybody, really. I got 2K2. I've got a 2K2. It's blown it out a little bit, hasn't it? It's a bit lighter. Oh, just. So we've got 2K2 resistor, 2.2K even, same thing. So let's just heat sink. Now, do I connect this to the positive or negative, or doesn't it matter? 10 milliamp flow. Is it better to have a 3.3 than ZX? I got 3.3 as well. But does it matter which leg I connect it to is the question, really. I don't suppose it does. I'm going to use this just to heat sink it, stop it desoldering the desoldering this piddly little thing. Let's get a little bit of solder on the end of the iron. Solder on the sod. The anode or back end connect to the earth. Cathode or band is the resistor end. Right, have I connected that the right way around now? I bet I've connected it backwards then. Let's have a look myself underneath the magnifiers here. It's so small I can't even see it through the magnifier, so I'm going to have to get me little miniature eyeglass thingy out here. Okay, the resistor is connected to the band. So it's, and that's our 2.2K. So this goes to earth then, yeah? So we want to connect the power supply, 20 volts between there and, well, there. $20 volts. We don't really want to blow this one up as well, though. Don't forget, because, you know. Are you sure 20 volts? Oh, why 20 volts then? Measure across the diode with your voltmeter. Okay. So let's how are we going to do this? How far out can we go with this? That's a fair way out. Okay. Darken that down a bit. It's a bit bright now. So we want the. Let's turn the. So we want it 20 volts. Like you say, it shouldn't draw a lot of current, so we'll get it right down on the current limit just in case. We don't want it going pop. We need to connect the multimeter to it. If we can get the multimeter in shot. Right, I really have got to find my clip leads for the multimeter. So we're going to measure. It's going to be the positive between there. So let's just turn the power meter off. This is where it goes pop. So I'm going to put the positive there. And negative there. Is that right? No. Am I just measuring across the... Nope. I've not put the power on it yet, don't forget. I've not put power on it yet. So, meter across the diode. So, meter needs to be there then, yeah? How about that? I'm glad you lot know what the hell you're doing. Oh dear. One day we'll look at this hacker radio that I've got here. Are we good to go now? So, my power supply is these two. That's my power supply. Positive this side of the resistor, negative on the other side of the diode. And then my meter is connected up. The green lead is the negative and the red lead is the positive. How is that? Are we good now? I'll await your response before I push the button. That's a totally different subject, Harvey. Okay, let's do it then. So it's measuring 15 volts. and it's drawing exactly 10 milliamps. So does that 100% prove that that is a Zener diode? I'm struggling to get my head around it, but brilliant. 15-volt Zener. What Curly said, Mo. Brilliant. There we go. Well, that's a learning curve for me. So thank you, people, for sorting that out for me, because it was a bit of a mystery. I never thought of that for identifying a component. So I mean, thank you very much, people, for helping me with that. Mike, £5 for dust. Afternoon, Mr. Racing Demon. What an entry. 200 milliwatt, as the data site said. I don't suppose you've got a link. You haven't got a link to the actual data sheet for that, Mr. ZX, have you? And welcome, Mike, as well. I've just finished a cup of tea, Mike, believe it or not. You just missed me having a cup of tea, look. In me scratchy corner mug. So yeah, if you just joined, Mike, we've got a board here that I've been working on that comes out of a cordless saw. So it's a little bit off topic, but I was after some help, and thankfully you guys have sorted it for me. I'd never thought of hooking something like that up to test it, to be fair. Just as well it's got that second one, isn't it? I must solder that back on the board, I think, first. I must solder that back onto the board. No, it didn't come through ZX for some reason, so whether it got blocked by YouTube. Yeah, definitely the link didn't come through there. So whether it was up for an admin approval, a moderator approval, I've not got any mods in, actually. I don't know where, Andrew, are you in? Andrewausfa? Yeah, if you could pop it over. Yeah, that's great stuff. I have to say, that was news to me. And let me put this thing back in then a minute. Again, it's easier to do this under the microscope, to be honest. I've got to remember which way around it goes now. Are you there, Hatch? You didn't see a link come through, did you? From ZX? I don't know, strange. It so I could do this with a hot air, I suppose, but it's just as easy to do it with a little micro iron tip. Let's get the light down a bit closer so I can see. Make it a bit darker there. So DZ1 I'm soldering. Lilliputian devices. Now where's your glasses? Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why that link didn't come through then. ZX, I keep forgetting your name, ZX. You have got a name. You did tell us the other week, but the old brain's not what it used to be. Literally, this is so small, I cannot see the readings on it unless I use the jeweler's loop. Craziness, isn't it? Right, so it's that way round, with the negative going to the ground. I really should be doing this with a microscope, but you know, I don't really want to get the microscope out because it gets in the way. Let's see if I can just do it with this. It's going to let me. Let's get rid of that other solder. Come on, flip over, you flipping thing. Let's see if we can tack one side down. Just as well I didn't have a lot to drink last night. Well, I didn't have anything to drink because I wouldn't be able to do this. That's solid. I'm going to have to do it with the hot air, I think. Get on, you little monkey. No. I'm just trying to do it too quickly, really. I just need to calm down, don't I? Calm down, calm down. Let's just take the old solder off. It's difficult to solder it with two bits of solder. Right. Try again. And I've got to get the jeweler's loop out again because I can't see the stripe. I think I'm probably best to get two of these, aren't I, really? Let's get the microscopic solder on the situation. Needed to hold that with the tweezers, really. The other side. I think that's got it back on there, but I think I will replace that one as well. It's had a lot of hammer, that. Poor thing. Right. It doesn't look particularly nice, that, does it? It's on there, but maybe have a look at it. Yeah, it's on there. It is on there, but not very nice. Oh well. Let's put that to bed for now then, because I've identified the bit. So I think hot air is probably the neatest way to put that back on, rather than trying to solder it. But you can solder it back on. Just ideally that needs to be done under a microscope because it is so small. Right, let's get on to some bigger stuff. Incidentally, the MOSFET, it looks like the innards of the MOSFET have got so hot it's actually melted out of the MOSFET. Literally has melted out the MOSFET, so it's a real mess. More beer needed, yeah, definitely. Harvey, of course it's Harvey. Two Harveys in the house. Two Harveys in the house, always confusing for me. That's probably why I got confused, Harvey, because there's two Harveys. I'll have to call you ZX Harvey. And no need to shout at me, Harvey. No need to shout at me. But no, thanks very much for your help there, Harvey. So we should be able to go picture in picture on that one now. Yes, okay, right. Brilliant. I can get that all ordered up later today, and it'll be here for Tuesday. I can get that board done, and then back to Thorn to try on his saw. If it goes pop, then you probably better best get another board. It's so let's get the Red Devil back up on the bench. The main event. Zoom out. Let's make my overlay smaller. Let's get me up in the corner out of the way, where I belong. Out the way. There we are. So, as I say, this one has certainly been giving us the runaround, hasn't it? I've just put it back in here for now, just to keep it safe, because I was a bit worried about the ferrite getting damaged. The ferrite, why is that jammed? Oh, it's jammed in there. Let's get this back out again. Right, so this is the radio we've been working on now for a couple of weeks. But I've got loads of other stuff to look at, but I'm going to keep getting this same problem all the time, where I've got lots of things in lots of bits, and in the end none of it ever gets done because it's too much of a hassle to try and find out where it all goes. So Andrew has very kindly sent me a replacement tuning cap. Tuning condenser, as it might be called in some circles, but this one is great. It moves brilliantly. What I did do, that's that one. Where's the other one gone? I've got tuning caps coming at my ears here. No, I've not got it to hand. I don't know what I've done with that. I thought I'd put it actually in with a thing, but... Anyway, the other one I got underneath the microscope. I took it totally apart, pulled all the bearings out of it, got it under the microscope, and the actual bearing race on the top underside here had actually worn, and it just let the vanes move upwards very slightly, which started to bind them on the top and the bottom gang. And so no amount of adjusting the end float would take that up, because the end float wants to push it upwards, not backwards. If I could have somehow got it to come down, I would have been okay, but then you lose the tension on the bearings on the top. So it's unfortunately, I mean, I'm assuming that the end float on these is just to trim it in the factory and put some pressure on the bearings. But yeah, there's no way that I could get that other one working again. It might come useful in the future. If I get one with bent vanes or something that I need to replace the vanes, I can use it for spares. So as I say, Andrew's very kindly sent me this one. So today's job is going to get this one back in and try and get the dial cord and that all done again. If I can remember how the hell the thing goes back together. A proper radio is a hacker and not a Roberts. You're right, Mike. Controversial, isn't it? No surface mount rubbish in here. No, it's not. You need a new tuning cap, do you, Mike? What, for yourself personally, or Yeah, my eyes are shot, really. Well, they're not shot. They're not shot. It's easier to work with surface mounted. Oh, you got an RP30 handy. Oh, well done, Andrew. You're off to torture a tea bag. Okay, that's giving me the prompt I needed to get some lubrication in me, because I'm going to need it, I think, for this. So let's get you in a bit closer so you can see what's going on, what's occurring, and let me go and get this tipped out. Let's get this all tipped out. Get the old water tipped away, because I'm going to get a cider down my neck. Fancy a cold cider. Hi, Maddie. You alright? Yeah, Maddie's down there. Maddie got poorly pulls. Took her up on the Dartmoor, ran her ragged, and she got blisters on the underside of her pulls, and had to be bandaged up. So I've done a bit of veterinary on her. Bit of veterinary on poor old Maddie. A tweed thingy. All right, okay. That's got a port. Yeah. It's one of those things. It might just be worn, Mike. I had one before. There's no amount of messing about could get it, so I had to change it in the end. We're going to chuck some of Uncle Henry's, not Harvey's, Uncle Henry's 8.2%. That's not very strong, is it? You poach your eyes out with a fork and you put marbles in place of them. I'm assuming you're kidding. I'm assuming you're kidding, Gary Pooh. Paul's. It was Paul's. Poor old Maddie. She was in a lot of discomfort. She just runs like mad though. She will not stop. She goes like the clappers. She's like a whippet cross Labrador, I think. Let's show you a picture of poor old Maddie's paws after Daddy bandaged them up for her. Here we go. Poor old Maddie. So there she is, poor old Maddie. So basically, she took the skin off the underside of her big pads underneath, not the ones by her toes, but the actual pad itself. I think it sort of blistered up with her running up over the granite and that, and Yeah, she had trouble walking. She was in a bit of a state. But where are we going? Wrong way. So yeah, this was them up on the moors, running around like maniacs at Mrs. Cruncher. So you can see she's running over all the granite, and she was just going mental up there. So yeah, it was a lovely place. There's Mrs. Cruncher, a rare sighting of Mrs. Cruncher. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Christ, get off the screen quick. Get off the screen quick. I'll have a rollicking house. I'll be in so much trouble. Yeah, poor old Maddie. I mean, I had to put some melalin, like non-adherent pads underneath, and then wrap them with that self-amalgamating bandage. And then I bought some like little socks with pads on them for her. So she had them on for a week, and they've only just literally come off a couple days ago. So luckily she's back on the mend. Yeah, took the week off, Andy, and welcome, mate. Went up onto Dartmoor. That was some pictures of Dartmoor. We went up to a place called Grey Weathers, which was very enjoyable, actually. It's I have been up there once before. It's one of those places. It takes a little while to get there. It took us about 2 hours to walk to it. You're on the Heineken Zero. Yeah. Cheers, everybody. See, the destination for our walk was a place called Grey Weathers, and I'm sure Aston may know it, being he's from these parts, but see if I can find a picture of Grey Weathers for you. I'm sure this is boring the hell out of you as well, but you know, if you ask a question. So we were pretty high up as Mrs. Cruncher with the puppies. She won't like this. I'll go through these quick. So yeah, this is Grey Weathers. It's basically just like an ancient stone circle up literally in the middle of nowhere on Dartmoor. There you are. It's quite a good picture of it back through. And there's two circles. You can't really see the two because I'm stood in one circle photographing the other. But I did sort of get up on the hill here somewhere, if I can find it. Yeah, you can't quite see it, but it's quite a sight. You can see there's one circle here, and then there's another one in behind at the back there. Yeah, it took a bit of getting to, but well worth the walk. So there you go. It's like going through your grandparents' slideshow, isn't it, when you go to visit? Excellent. There we go. You gone through my slideshow now. And a rare sighting of Mrs. Cruncher. Don't tell you. Oh, Mike. Yeah, she deserves some treats. She's a lovely little girl. Don't tell her. She's a lot better now, Gary. Just got to give her a little bit of a rest in between. We're taking her out every couple of days really now, instead of diabetes has done your eyes in. Yeah, I got that as well. She'll appreciate them doggy treats, Mike. All my open windows are using a lot of memory. They probably are, Harvey, but I was trying to save stuff and I've got plenty of memory on this thing, to be honest. I've got a mother load of it. But now we've identified that component, I can shut a lot of them down, because a lot of the windows I had open were relating to that component I was after. But now Harvey, the other Harvey, has helped me identify that. And I've got to be careful because I've still got some bits open here for things I've got to get, because there's more stuff. I've got some other stuff to talk about in a minute as well, you know what it's like. So much stuff on the go. Right. Yeah, my CPU's running at about 50%, Harvey. So I've got plenty of overlap, and my GPU's only 11%, so I've got loads. It's only doing about 18 frames a second on the video though, so it might be a little bit choppy. Having had my Dremel at Stonehenge, it's a strange place, isn't it, Brad? You know, your sort of stuff, that is. Thank you, Gary. I do like it. I ought to. It's just laziness these days, isn't it? Because years ago, I always used to take my SLR camera everywhere with me and take some actually really decent photos. But these days, the camera phones, that's only taken with a camera phone. So camera phones are really, really good. But it's just much easier to put a camera in your pocket than it is to hang a whacking great DSLR around your neck. Right, we've got to get on. We've got to get on. We've got to get on, people. Let's get in. Just opening a web browser on a blank page eats a gigabyte of RAM. Oh God. Yeah, we're all right for RAM. I can't remember how many gigs are in this thing, but it's a gaming piece. It's a gaming laptop, so it was a high-spec, fast laptop just for streaming. Right, so got to get in. No, not that one. We want that one. Right, that's better. So we've got to put this back in. Let's take that out of the way. I do like the colours on these things. Hacker did have a nice choice of colours for these. So we've got our disconnected tuning gang. Hopefully that'll stay in place. Andrew's on standby with an RP30 in case I get stuck as to how this one goes back together. Now, do I connect? So two blue ones went together, and there was two green ones. There was that one, and where does the other one go then? Because Andrew's got two on this one. I did take photos of this as well. There's the other one. So two greens go to the top and the two blues to the bottom. So we'll just pop those off and we'll just change soldering iron tips again. Let's get back to a normal tip instead of this microscopic stuff. Yeah, I did take a lot of pictures of this, didn't I? So I'm going to need to get my phone out in a minute, if I can find it, if it's even up here. I'm sure it's up here, so yeah, it's over there. So using your Galaxy S10 to stream the video using the 4G network. That's pretty good, Gary. Flipping heck, you must have some good signal over there. I've just got Harvey's link. Thank you, Harvey. Let's look at that, because I'll get distracted else. I'm easily distracted. Let's get my gallery back up again. 18th. 13th. Oh, okay. That's good. I didn't actually take any photos of it. Oh well. I was obviously super confident that I knew exactly how it went back together. Foolish mistake. Right, so that went up to there. And that was up there. That went up to there. It was in there like that. And they were on there like that. Right, let's get some screws out. See how we get on. So that one went up the top there and went through that hole. That would be that one. Back on the normal stuff now. Off of SMD, we're off of the Dartmoor, and we're back working on some radio. I've got my signal generator all fired up and warming up, ready for some alignment action if we get to that. I hope we will, because this video will go on forever else. Right, so we've got that there. So got that there. Okay, I think we're getting there. May have got a screw loose. No comments, please. And again, those that have seen my little post on my community tab will know that I was in the news this week. I was actually live on the local news channel, which was a bit strange, I must admit. Okay, so we've got those two for there. Goes in there, but do we have a screw loose? It's not that one. Yes, I appear to have a screw missing. I probably picked that up and stuck it in another little pot here somewhere. I better have a sip of cider then while I think about it. It's good stuff. Puts hairs on your chest, that does. Right. I seem to have... there he is. Hidden underneath one of the knobs. So that looks like it goes through there. So I'm battling with a rat's nest of wires here now. Strange that Hacker didn't use washers on any of this lot. You'd think, being a hacker, they would, wouldn't you? This is in the way, really. I could take it off, but it's more things to put back on if I do. It's very difficult to get your fingers in here. I don't know if you can see what I'm up to. I'm probably slightly low on the camera, aren't I? Let's get that up a bit. There we go. Just use a smaller screwdriver. Might make it a little bit easier. So yes, I was on the local ITV West Country News this week. It wasn't Britain's Most Wanted or anything like that. It was actually, they collared me when I was up on Dartmoor. That was not this Thursday, but previous Thursday. Mrs. Cruncher refused to comment and didn't want anything to do with it, so I had to be on the news, didn't I? So if you follow me on Facebook, you'd have already seen it. But, yeah, that was before Maddie's mad craziness across the moor. So we get Maddie some doggy treats from Uncle Michael now. Oh. Coco will have to have some as well. She'll have to share because Coco will get jealous else. Very jealous boy he is. It's Mummy's boy. Right, let's try that again. It's so difficult to get in there with all the wires and that everywhere. But, you know, I'm making it look difficult, aren't I? Let's face it. I should have just took this out of the way and that would have been easy, wouldn't it? But that'd be too easy. That's a pain. Right, let's tighten that up. Tighten that one. Okay, that's it mechanically done. Let's pop that back on there a minute while we're at it. That's fully meshed, wasn't it? Just tack that back on there for a minute. There we go. Right, let's tackle the wiring now then. I'm not going to restring it for a minute. Let's get some of these things out of the way. Tidy the workbench up yet again. It's a forever thing, isn't it? Tidying the workbench up. The radio folder has been taken into custody. custody. Have I washed up? Eh? Yes, we're having to replace it, Andy, because it's worn and it's binding, unfortunately. Dial code will need doing. Yes, I know, unfortunately. RP30 is a lovely radio mic. I think you'll agree when you hear it going. Yeah, no, Andrew's assured me that he's tested it fully and it's fine. Tell you what, that's soaking up some heat, that is. I have to pop the heat up a bit more for that. It's a quite a hefty tab that's on. Let's go up to 370. And I'm doing this in situ. I did take the other one out when I did this last time to make it easier, but surely can't be soaking up that much heat. That's better, now we're moving. Hacker have done a good old wrap it up number on this, haven't they? Good old rappy cappy job. Let's snip it off, make it easier to unwrap. Doug, how you doing? 16 degrees and sunny in New York, very nice. Fall is on you. Fall as in autumn. Yeah, it's coming here fast, Doug. It's getting colder and colder by the day. So I'm just getting rid of the old solder. Give me half a chance to get the old tabs off. Get my light down in there a bit better, that's better. I can see what I'm doing there. So I've got the tuning gang fully meshed. It's always worthwhile doing that if you're working on a radio. Fully mesh the tuning gang. You're not going to bend it or anything. You only need to whack it slightly and you've had it really. God, tell you what, they've knitted this lot in here. It's one bit out. Two bits, there we go. Right, that's that one. Let's do the green one before I put the other wires in the way. It's going to be the same problem. Yeah, they've wrapped them. They've wrapped them.
should have took these wires off really, shouldn't I, before I put it on, but you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? There we go. Let's just wick that off. Right, okay. So there's blue at the bottom. Blue bottom and green top. Soon be Christmas, people. I've asked Father Christmas for a spectrum analyzer. I think he's going to be telling me where to go, I think. So please, Father Christmas, I've been a good boy. Can I have a spectrum analyzer? Say, Mr. Cruncher, sod off. You fool. Are you mad? I'm probably doing this backwards because I should have done the green one first, but you know, there you go. That's the blue one's connected. Green. Green for go. You do need a bit of magnification messing about with this stuff, I must admit. Mrs. Cruncher was out on the town last night. Sorry state to get in, really, you know how it is. Works do, well not, out with her mates from work, really. Looks like they had fun, but she's suffering today. Self-inflicted and all that, as she always says to me. Right, where's the other one coming off of the top tuning gang there? Okay. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Oh, treats my other doggy, Coco. Coco as well. Thank you, Mike. Coco gets jealous. He really is a jealous boy. If Maddie gets anywhere near Mummy, he's like, no, no, she's mine. She's mine. I know what Derek is today. Derek's a fellow Labrador owner and dog lover. Okay, that looks good. Both in there. Let's get some solder on that quick before it decides to jump back out again. See if we can get in there without burning any wires. So say this is all thanks to Mr. Andrewausfa. So Andrew, thank you very much for that, mate. This tuning cap is courtesy of Andrew. Okay, so this has got to connect back to this tab up here. This has still got the original eye attached to it, so let's get rid of that one. That's not going to come off now, is it? No. No surprise there. It's burning back the insulation very nicely though, which is not good. You can never stop that happening, really, can you? The insulation burning back. This is all rubber, that's why. It'd be nice if it had a bit of heat shrink on it. Just snip that off. I don't like seeing burnt insulation. It's horrible. There's not a lot you can do about that, though, with some of these old radios. Right, let's knit that in behind there. And it's not going to reach. Oh, hang on, hang on. No, I know why. It's got to go up to there, isn't it? Santa says bugger off, Harvey. Not been to Top Man for ages. Are they still going? I think they are, aren't they? I'm sure Top Shop is still there. I don't visit that shop anymore. I'm really well. I'm next now, and that's really because a certain person rather close to me works there. Next and M&S really for me. Topshop was back in the day of the discos. Had to get the trendiest shirt for your Friday and Saturday night out clubbing, didn't you? Well, I did. Back in the day. Right, let's put this ferrite rod back on there because it's been worrying me a bit, this one. Let's get this one back on. I think it should have a washer on the back. I don't think this one did actually, but no, it didn't. Really am cack-handed today for some reason. There we go. That's the ferrite rod safely on there. Wiring is all done. All the screws are back in. This one's tight, so it's dial cord time. Dial cord nastiness. Right, so we've got a spring there. Okay. So have I got that the right way round? So, you're going to struggle to see what I'm up to here. Let's see if I can get you in a bit. So basically, this lever has got to come up to tension this. So if it's this way, it's slack. So it needs to be that way as far as it can. And this little spring here is what tensions it. So let's just nip that one up a bit tighter. See if we can move it up with the screwdriver. And don't forget, this is the radio that potentially I'm going to give away when we get up to 3,000 subs. So let's get a bit of tension on that. See if I can nip it up again. Okay. I think we're good. Let's just nip the other screw up. Tighten that one up again, a bit harder. We should be good to go now. Let's pop the top trim back on. I can still see what we're up to. Let's get them things off my head because it makes my head sweat. Let's have some more cider. I think we're in business. C&A. C&A is closed. Now this is a little bit grubby, so now would be a good time to just give that a wipe over. I think I'm just going to use one of my little antiseptic, antibacterial, antiseptic? I suppose it's antibacterial, antiseptic. Is it the same thing? I don't know. I'm rambling again. You got a specky needs a calibration. You would love a spectrum analyzer. Haven't you got a spectrum analyzer? I'm surprised, Aston, that you haven't got a spectrum analyzer. The rest of the kit you've got, I would have thought you would have had one. So let's just give this a very gentle wipe over to get rid of the verdigris. I don't want to get rid of the paint, you see. So again, if you're watching this today and you're not subscribed, then you need to hit that subscribe button because, as I say, we're getting ever close to 3,000 subs. And when we hit the 3,000, I might give this radio away. Certainly be giving something away. If it's not this, I think it probably will be this though, but I don't know. Do a couple of the clean-up jobs before we put this back on. Let's clean the push buttons. This is going to be a cracking little radio. You can see we've got a bit of breakout on the paint, but don't forget the top had already been off on this, and we got a real cruddy. Jesus, what is that? Is that a headphone socket? I don't think it is. Oh, I better dig them out as well, haven't I? That is shocking. Yuck. Sorry, some ingrained muck in there and in the external aerial socket. Let's get the air duster. Whistle. Better. A bit cruddy though still. You got your 2K. Well done, George. Yeah, I think we can refrain from that, George, don't you? So I think Mr. Mancave's not about today. I can't remember, he sent me a bizarre message saying what he was up to today, but I couldn't really make head or tail of it, so I can't really comment on it. So, I don't know what he's up to, but I suppose he's out and about doing family stuff again. He doesn't usually miss the streams, though, I must admit. He is a pretty avid viewer and moderator. Okay, they're better. That's a lot nicer. Happier with that. I'm a fussy git, though, aren't I, really? So yeah, we have got a little bit of breakout on the top panel, so I'm probably going to need to get some model paint. This is a very, very dark burgundy colour. Really dark. So we'll give that one a polish as well to finish it off. That's cosmetic, so we're trying to get the electronics done. That's the whole purpose of this. That's where I need to be at. I need it to be back together and working before we can start cleaning it and making it look pretty. I think George is saying he's got his 2,000 subs. Well done, George. Just took that extra video, didn't it? Your collaboration with Mr. All the Gear No Idea, which was an absolutely brilliant bit of kit that you produced there. Nice drop of wiring as well, George. I do like the big industrial switches on it. Remember them on like the bench saws and stuff like that. Real heavy duty, high amperage. So if you haven't watched George's latest video, people, then you need to get and have a look. Really good. A collaboration between George and Chris, All the Gear No Idea. I'm pretty sure I've squirted the pots in this, but I'll give them another squirt, being that we're doing the mechanical, and then we can have a look at the alignment, see what the IF's doing, see how close it actually is. So if you remember, we did think the dial cord needed replacing on this one, but it literally just needed that spring retension in and all the pulleys and that lubricating. So hopefully now we should be able to go right the way. There we go. Look at that. Brilliant. Excellent. Right, let's make sure that tuning gang is fully meshed for the minute. In business. So we need to connect this back up and see if we have sorted out the issue. Just trying to see why we've got all these screws loose. 4 screws. What are they holding then? Goes on there. Those screws. I don't know. I don't know. So there we are. Thank you, Andrew, for the tuning cap, which is now in. Let's. You polished all the bearings in it, did you really? Like I say, I literally pulled the other tuning cap apart and cleaned it right up because Harvey said it was worth trying to save it, but the only way I could save it really is if I could get someone to resurface the bearing surface, to refinish the bearing surface and grind it back. I mean, the tolerance must be like minute on it because it didn't take a lot. I think I might have put the, yeah, I put the wrong one in I put the, oh, this is the RP18 one that I took out. I think I put the RP18 back together and stuck this in the case of the RP18 one, so I'll have to just swap them back over. So we can get a bit of the verdigris off of this one. So probably going to need to just refit the top panel for the RF alignment on it. So I'm just going to peak the IF for maximum. I'm not going to do any of that sweep generator. Filter shaping type thing to try and get it the correct width. I don't think it's necessary these days. I think that's what George came to the conclusion of when he did his alignment video on the Hacker Hunter that time. I might not need to touch that up actually. I think maybe those brass side pieces will cover up the breakout on the tuning dial. Look at the state of that. Nasty. Anyway, I'm messing about. I'm faffing about again. Let's get this back on. Let's find my little brass trims. Again, these are going to need a good going over with a little bit of fine wire wool to clean them up. But for now, we're just going to pop it back on to hold the top panel back in place. Assuming it's going to work, that is. Yeah, of course it's going to work, isn't it? Of course it is. I'm sure you've all got great faith. Coming together nicely. It's looking like a hacker again. So yeah, it's going to need the RF alignment. So don't forget, this is the one that we put the brand new on and off switch in as well. Let's get the case back, because most of the alignments on this we can probably do with it in situ, but I'll leave it out for now. So fingers crossed, people. So this is the George amplifier recap job. Right, okay, let's get my thing. We don't want 20 volts, we want 18. That was a great great little trick to find out the Zener voltage of that. Really appreciate that, RV. That's saved me a lot of headache in trying to find out, and I will have a look at that data sheet later. Oh yes, right, we have action. Let's unplug the scope because that interferes with it. This soldering station now doesn't. My old one did, but again, you get what you pay for. That Pace soldering station cost a lot of money. Well, a lot of money in my eyes, but it doesn't affect RF like the old Duratool one does. I can't tune a radio with the Duratool soldering iron turned on, but I can with the Pace. Right, bit of a tidy up again. I've got my signal generator and I've got my frequency counter both warming up. They've been warming up for a few hours. Pity about the hole. I know. I've got a plan for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to 3D print like a plug to go in there. So the plug will go in, it'll have a flange all the way around it. I'm going to print it in a neutral colour and then I'm going to spray it exactly the same colour as this, I hope. Because I've got some burgundy spray up there which I bought for the dial plates. Let me just have a look a minute. See if it is roughly the right colour, because I've got to do a video on the dial plate. Yes, it is pretty good actually. Well, it's not far off. So you can see that's pretty close. So I was going to spray it in this, which is burgundy red, double acrylic high coat, and I bought this for restoring these dials, because I've got a matching gold one, and this came from John. John's 3D printing, or on the workbench today, and that's the two colours for restoring the dial plates on these burgundy Hunters with the gold trim around, not Hunters, Hackers with the gold trim around them. So that's the plan. I'm going to draw that, and then I'm going to see if I can 3D print it. If I can get my 3D printer working, which is a bit of a sore subject, so hopefully I can get that working. Right, let's pop that light off for a minute. That's making it too dark, and I'll get it up out of the way. So let's turn it on. Dial cord is sticking, the pointer is still sticking with the top on. But it's not shorting out anymore.
Appointed in 2019, only 6 months into it, he signed a new 6-year deal.
And leave a grief to haunt the lonely night. She wants new shoulders to cry on.
That's the local radio station, so that's good. So let's try it on long wave. What on earth is that? So radio 4 should be there. So something in here is it my phone? That's a computer noise, isn't it? Listen to that. hell is that noise? It's not my frequency counter, is it? No? Let's try. No. Whoa, that's better. It was my charger. What a bizarre noise. So where's Radio 4 then? Radio 4's way out of whack.
The tears before him. Oh, Andrew. He never felt this way when she was his lover, but now she's out of reach. What do they come from with you? It's nothing. But then, couldn't go into it now, Phil.
So Radio 4 should be on 1500 meters. It's on 1350. So it's a fair whack out. It's something on here. I've got one of these iPhone chargers. Look, so I think it was that was causing the noise. Let's flick it back on again. See if it was my could be my. Oh god.
Sorry, old chap. Didn't mean to upset you. Oh, I say. Are those snowdrops? Oh, look, my dear, aren't they beautiful?
We now come to a personal matter concerning your majesty. This is not for the minutes. Now that the Prince Imperial is heir to the throne of France and
So that affects it.
we must consider the right and proper thing for the Emperor's other children.
Let's plug this back in.
As legitimate offspring, there is nothing binding in the matter. I move that they be exiled along with their mother, so that they do not have cause to trouble the public first. Furthermore, I think you are exiled. Oh, sir, beg pardon, Your Majesty. I believe the Minister of Finance suggested exile for your children.
Crazy.
It's certainly the fiscally responsible course of action.
I can't say I think much to it. It exposes us to great danger.
What danger?
In danger of public ridicule.
Exiling the Emperor's illegitimate children will be front-page news. I'm Minister of the Interior, but even I can't put a...
Well, there you are. It's working. It's working. I've still got a problem with the... Let's turn that back up to max. I've still got a problem with the dial cord binding. Let's just pop the power off for a minute. The dial cord is still binding. That's not doing it now. We're looking at it. Look. No, it's not binding at all now. It might be because I had it down that way, I don't know, but that's typical, it's not binding at all now. We've got the dial plate slightly out of line, it's binding on those buttons. That's never ending, isn't it? No. So it needs to go up that way a bit. It's better. It's fine. Strange. Okay. Let's look at the alignment then. So, I'm going to do it using the manual, but it's saying basically connect a scope across C27 and inject a wobulator and marker signals across L1. Switch this receiver, medium wave, close again. Just the instruments give a reasonable display on the oscilloscope, making sure the input is kept as low as possible in order for. So it's 470 is the IF frequency then. Yeah, 470. So I've got my scope up here. Thanks, Mike. It's a combined effort. Where's my... What have I got? My... Not scope, my... SIGGEN. So that's connected to my... my Philips signal generator next to it. So let's get them both in shot. Hopefully you can see that. Let's get rid of me. So that needs to be 470. That's pretty good. So let's I'm going to couple it just using a I'm going to loose couple it using this core. Just going to stick it over here for now. I'll take the signal back a bit. I'm just going to drown it out else. Let's make sure it connects first, and then what I'm going to do is stick the output meter in there, and we'll trim it using the output meter. Where are we? Negative there. Turn it back on. I really could do with one of those loops, couldn't I? I really could do with a loop, a loopy loop, instead of this Heath Robinson jobby that I'm hooking up here. Let's get it that way up. Let's straight, give me a bit more length. No the piano's on your foot. Old PG Tips ad. Right. So let's get back down to the radio. We'll connect it up. I'm just loose coupling it in with that coil at the moment. So if we pop it on. Can't hear the IF at all. I would have thought we could have picked up the IF. Let's turn it. Ah, there it is. So let's have a quick look what it says. Let's just turn that down a minute. You don't want to hear that noise. Blah blah blah. Yes, switch receiver. So we can do it with an oscilloscope across C27 and look at it on this scope. I think we'll just align it for maximum output. L4, L5 and L6. Which we'll need to look on the book. So it's obviously these here. Let me just get the overhead camera out and we can have a look at what I'm twiddling. We can have a look at the twiddling. See if I'm not in like mentally close. Okay. Twiddling time, right. So close the gang, which I've got the gang closed. Adjust instruments to give reasonable display on the oscilloscope. Well, I'm going to use the Marconi output meter to do this. Oh dear. Big old girl. The big old girl she is. Let me just do a bit of rearranging here and we'll get, see if we can get everything in shot. So you can still see that. Let me get my meter. You should be able to see that. Let's make that a little bit bigger. There we go. So I need to hook this up with some wire now. I can just take the speaker completely off and go straight to the wires. It's probably be easier. So what's the ohms of that speaker? 25 these are, aren't they? Or something weird? 30 ohms. Can we do 30? We should be able to do 10. 3 times 10, 30. There we go. I haven't quite got enough reach on these wires. Actually, no, I can use my decent ones that I made up with the stuff that Doug gave me. Keep forgetting about these. They make me biggies. My big asbestos test leads. I'm still working on that little Marconi valve set. That's giving me a few problems. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of valve gear coming up to do. So I'm just connecting these clip leads up to the terminals. You can't see what I'm doing, unfortunately, because I've got the camera actually physically on the thing. So this has got a dummy load inside it, 30 ohms. I've got it set at 30 ohms. Right, so, whoa. So if I get the meter about midway, let's turn the signal down a little bit as well. Signal level, let's get that down. Let's go up to the next scale. Right. So I now need to find out which is which. So it's in the order of L4, 5 and 6. So it's 4 has got 2 primary and secondary. 5 has got 2 primary and secondary. So we've got to do the primary and secondary of each. So let's get out the correct tool for the job. It's sort of wavering, isn't it? But this is the tool that Rob gave me. So this should fit down through these cores. So it's important that you actually get right down inside these because they're hollow. Fits. It's a little bit loose actually. Let's have a look because Aston also made one. I've also got one here from Simon as well somewhere. Yeah, that one's a fraction tight. Can't quite get whether it's just the that just needs a little tiny shave, that one. So we're going to go with this one then. I'll just double check the other side that won't go down. No, it's definitely that one. So we need to do probably the primary first and then the secondary. Why is it jumping around so much, Doug? I don't know. It's probably... Let's turn the volume down a bit. Because we've got the volume up a bit high, I think. Let's turn it back a bit. I might have got the volume a bit high, Doug. That's a bit better. I've got the signal level down. If I turn the signal level up, it'll stabilise it a bit, I suspect. But it does say to keep the signal level as low as possible. So let's see which side's the primary and secondary. So it's typical, isn't it? The primary is the inner ones. So we'll do the primary first, which is this one. And make sure the tool goes right down inside. It won't go in that one for some reason. So just turn it a fraction. Wrong way, let's go the other way. No, I can't get the tool back out now. It's a little bit of a tight fit, that one, for some reason. Is it affecting it by just touching it? No, not really. These have got little bits of elastic in them, and the elastic is a little bit perished. Let me just get a different tool and try. Let's try that one. That's better, right? Okay. That's the primary. I'm going to need to seal these with wax afterwards because they're really loose. Let's go in the secondary. That's better, that's how it should be. Cool, this is finicky. Where's this gone to? I think I'm going to need to turn the level up a little bit more on the sig gen. Let's turn the level up a bit higher. That's strange, it's not really making any difference. Hi Andy, how are you? Let's try the second one. Oh, a stuck meter, have we? It's always awkward using an output meter because you can't hear it. Let's try on this other scale. Let's try that again. Whoa, finicky. Now I think I did tweak these by ear actually, so it looks like it's pretty much it ain't moving. Not got a loose connection in my SIG-Gen lead. No, they're fine, Andrew. I can get it stronger. I mean, if I lift the thing up here, I can sort of try and balance it there. I should get a stronger signal, which I have. Got to the next scale. So I got a bit of a stronger signal there. Let's see if I turn the volume up. Let's try those again. Strange, not making any difference. Nice, it is. It is peaked. I mean, it's not making any difference because it literally is. As good as it's going to get. So it was pretty much bang on. Let's find the. I mean, the tool being in there is affecting it a little bit. Let's do that last one again. That's as good as it's going to get. Let's just reconnect the speaker and let's have a listen to the tone. I do like the old output meter. Again, that was someone that very kindly donated that to me off of the Vintage Radio forum, and I use this a lot for so about the arm action. I use that a lot for aligning these old radios. Come on. Let's put my speaker connection. I just want to listen to it. No problems with that. Okay, right, next then. What have we got to do next? RF alignment. So the RF alignment is way out on this. Daniel, did you just drop in, or have I said hello to you earlier? Some odd spikes happening. It's a beauty, isn't it? As I say, someone from the forum very kindly let me have that. And if you ever do see one for sale, it's well worth picking up. It's well worth picking up. So say it's got a centre tap as well. I can't remember what that's for testing now, but it is a TF893. So I mean, it's a little bit temperamental. The needle's a bit sticky, but it's got a good range on the ohms on it. I mean, it'll go up. It'll pretty much cover every ohms range of speaker you could think of. So that on times 10, 3 ohms. So it's 30 ohms to match a speaker. So you're not going to damage your outputs by using this. So there we are. Let's get back to the board then. Let's see what else we've got to do here. So we've done the RF alignment, switch to medium wave and set pointer to 6,000 kilocycles on the dial, 500 meters. So let me do that a minute. So 500 meters. Set. Inject a signal from AM generator via loop at 6,600 kilocycles. So 600 megahertz. So let's pop the thingy back on. Let's just we want a 600. You should be able to get that. Nine. That'll do. Well, so we've got to use the loop again to inject that. This is medium wave we're doing at the moment, and that's only to be stuck over here. Should work okay. If I can rest it in there somewhere. It's actually not perfect. I mean, I can do that by ear, really. You can hear that slightly off. Let's turn the level down a little bit. So it's really, this would work better with a scope connected to it, so you can see the waveform, but you can hear it by ear, really. So we've got to adjust core of oscillator L3, which is hiding just in there, just out of sight. So let's just reach down with the trimming tool, which I've just chucked loads of them on the floor. Just need to trim that. You should hear the tone change as I trim that. There we are. Okay. Now I've got to go to 1500. So let's just pop the level of that up again. Let's go to 1500, 1.5 megs. And then I've got to go to the 200 meter mark, so down the other end. Well, it is again slightly off. So what have we got to adjust there? We've got to adjust C15 oscillator trimmer for maximum output. So which is C15. So again, this has got like a little plan. It's me touching the. So C15, where is C15? C15 bottom, C3 top. So C15 is this one here at the bottom. That here. That's this one. So I've got to adjust that to get that to come in. So let's just use a normal screwdriver. It shouldn't affect it because it's metal anyway. So you should hopefully hear that tone come in. There he is. Just not the. Just give that a tweak. There we are. That's that done. It just says to recheck the other end as well, so we'll do that again. We'll go back to whatever it was, 600. And just double check that it's not moved the other end. This is a problem, these are interactive. So if you move one, the other one will move as well. So let's just check that we got that. Back on 500. Hopefully it is. Still spot on. Spot on 500 meters, that is. Right, okay, that's that done. So again, inject via loop, set the pointer to the correct mark on the receiver, adjust the position of the medium wave coil for maximum output. So this really is where you want to use the output meter again, because it's difficult to determine. You can do it roughly. So basically we're moving the coil now on the actual radio, and this isn't actually taped very well, so now we're moving this coil. This is the medium wave coil, and I used to struggle with working out which one is which, but basically the medium wave coil is the looser wound one with not as many turns, and the long wave over this side has got a massive great bunch of wires on it. So that's the easiest way to remember that, really. So there's my little coil, look, connected up to the SIG-gen. It's just thrown in there fairly loosely. How are we doing on the chat? Apologies, I've not been watching it. Nice output mirror, yeah. Oh, yeah, little school parameter. Yeah, well worth getting. Yeah, it is. It is very useful. Right, so I'm going to just check that again. So injected via loop, pointer set to correct mark, adjust the position of medium wave coil for maximum output. So let's turn the level down. So as we move it, not making a lot of difference. So this is where we need the output meter. So let's just disconnect the speaker again. Let's just get the output meter put back in line. I mean, it's not often that these aerial coils are out, but sometimes you can find they're quite a long way out. So I don't think this one is, because I've just tried moving it and it made absolutely no difference. But right, let's get the meter back in shot again. Okay, so there's our signal. Let's just use using something non-metallic to just move this and see if it makes any difference. Well, it's making a little bit of difference. Look, going further out, further in. Move it back a bit. No, that's not making a lot of difference, but certainly moving it outwards, and I've got my fingers on it now, so it's... That's a slight improvement. Let's move it a fraction more. Oh, it's going. I'm going to have to loosen the tape actually, because the tape's holding it back now. I think someone's done this before. I'm just going to get the scalpel and cut the tape off that's holding these wires, because that's stopping it moving along. Okay, so let's move that along further. Whoa. That's quite a bit of difference, isn't it? Let's get a bit more movement on this wire, because again, all this tape is stopping it going that way more. Definitely that's an improvement there, isn't it? Let's go a bit further. A bit of interference there, but I think that's pretty good over that side. Turn the volume down a fraction to cut that back. You forgot to put the meter up. Oh, sorry. Apologies, people. So, basically, it was back here. It was back here. Look, that's where I've started, and as I've gone forward, it's sort of reached a peak there. Really, let's go up to the next scale. I'm wondering whether that's my hand, or let's go back to the previous scale again. That's it there, so it's quite a bit different than what it was. But don't forget, we have changed the tuning caps, so that can make a difference. Let's get that sealed up quick with some tape a minute. So quite a gain there, Mike, really. As I say, it was right back here. It's back here. Popped it up to there. get my fingers off of it. I'm going to have to cut a bit of tape off a minute. Just seal the end up. I was surprised to get that much out of it, to be fair. Let's try it again. I was using a metallic tool, that won't do it. Let's use the pencil again. Is that about it? Let's try that, move it back. Yeah, no, it's definitely about there. Gotta love a bit of meter swing action, haven't you? So I'm just sealing this back in. Let's just cut another piece for the wires. Let's pull my little coil out of there for a minute. That's good. Right, let's just get this positioned a bit better. And that'll do for that bit. Right, that's that. So now I've got to tune to 1500 again and adjust C32 for maximum output. That's the aerial trimmer, I think. No, hey, C32? Just C32 for maximum output. C32. What the hell is C32? Does that mean C3? I think that means C3. I don't think there is a C32. Dear oh dear. Yeah, it goes up to C29. I think that's a typo. I think that's a typo, so it actually means C3. Which is the top one over here. It's got to be C3. That's a medium wave aerial trimmer. We haven't touched that yet, and that's the last adjustment pretty much, I think. Let me just double check that. Yeah, it's got to be, because then we're on to long wave. And there's no mention of C3, so that's a typo. That's actually should be C3, not C32. If you can see that there, it says tuned to 1.5 megs basically, and adjust C32 for maximum output. Well, there is no C32. There's only a C3, which is that one there. So let's do that then. We're still on the output meter. So that's connected in there, both connected. So 1.5 megs, let's just dial that in on the SIGGEN. .5 megs, so let's see if we can hear that. Oh, not hear it. This is the problem because we haven't got the... It's going to go off the scale, isn't it? Turn it down a bit. So when we hit the signal, which should be coming up any minute soon, it should be coming up. About now, just coming up. There, we should be around there, but... I can't hear it. Let's just have a listen to that a minute. Can we clip up to that? Let's just clip to that for a second. Just putting some temporary clips on just so I can hear it through the speaker. Let's turn the level down. Right, so we need to adjust C3, which is this top one here, for maximum. That was pretty much there. We've gained a little bit, look, we have gained a little bit, but not huge, but we have gained some there. Good stuff. You've got to have the famous knackered pencil. Right, that's long wave done. Sorry, medium wave done. We've got to do long wave now. And that'll be it for the tune-up, because George has already done the quiescent current for us. So it says basically switch the receiver to long wave and tune in the light program on 200 kilocycles. 1500 meters, adjust C12 for maximum output. So that's pretty easy then. So again, we want to connect our speaker back up so we can hear radio 4. Just turn the... Oh, it's going to... Let's tune to... Now I've got to turn everything off now because everything's interfering. And I've got to move the radio around.
I tend to think of kind of experimental fiction really. It's only truly experimental if you are just seeing how it's going to work. I mean, you have to risk failure, right? If it's going to be properly experimental in that sense. And also,
so I've got to turn the light off, unfortunately.
Formal techniques have been tried before. It can be a question of trying to find the right combinations to achieve what you want. Well, finally, I'd like to ask you both, have scientists and mathematicians read your book?
So I'm obviously off on the dial by quite some way, so it needs to be coming in there. So what have I got to adjust for that? I've got to adjust Just C12 for maximum output. So which is C12? C2, ah, right, okay, this is now the oscillator cores that we can see just here. So hopefully they're hiding underneath the ferrite. If I come this way a bit and then maybe angle it that way, you might be able to just about see them there. Just about, just underneath the meter there, look. Let's just focus that. So which is which then? So it looks like C6 is the long wave aerial, C12 is the long wave oscillator. So it's got to be C12 that we need, yeah. So it's basically this one till we get radio 4 coming in.
What I'm doing with mathematics is a bit of a mystification, and that's part of the sort of texture of it. So it would be really interesting to get that response.
There we are. So we're now on frequency on long wave.
These books do not stint subject matter, so they do convey.
Oops. Just beat the hell out of that, am I?
Thanks so much for coming on the show. Thanks very much. Mark Blacklock and Benjamin Labatut. Hinton is published by Granter, and when we cease to understand the world, by pushing press.
So now we've got to go back to the signal generator and inject 167 kilocycles and tune the receiver to this frequency and adjust the position of the long wave coil. So we're on the long wave coil now. 167, that's pretty low down, isn't it? Luckily this one will do that.
I wrote my latest novel, Remain Silent, just as I wrote the previous two, relishing the company of the Iron Man on Bradshaw. And as I wrote, a 9-centimetre tuner.
167, that's there.
But I didn't know about it. Reading has been my
Tuned to this frequency, 1800 meters, so that's going right to here. So it should be on around about there somewhere. Let's get the loop back in again. Very sensitive on long wave. I'm nowhere near the long wave loop now, at long wave aerial, and it's a really strong signal. Don't know why it's not receiving that on the. Why are we not getting that on the output meter then? Oh, we are, okay. So let's turn the level down a bit. So now we've got to take the crusty tape off of the long wave coil. I don't know what's going on out there. Well, that's Mrs. Cruncher beating the hell out of something. Let me look a minute. pass, I don't know. Right. Still with me, people? You haven't fallen asleep yet? Just trying to cut this tape off. I don't think we're going to get a lot on this one. Let's give it a go. As I say, we have got a new tuning cap in this, so it's going to be slightly different. Right, where's the crusty pencil? So that's on 0 on the red scale. 1. Oh, it's getting better. Oh, it is getting better. 3. Well, that's a fair bit better. Let's try a little bit further. That's about as good as we're going to get it, I think. But again, we've gained a bit there again. Your tone is giving us... Sorry about that, Rob. So we've gained some there as well. So let's just tape that up quick before it shrinks back into place. Beating rats with a mallet. It could be all of those things. No, we're rat free now, luckily. Sorted that right out. A rat free zone. I'm always reluctant to change the tuning the antenna coils on a lot of radios, because some of them are waxed into hell and they're really difficult to alter. But these ones on the Hacker, they do make it so easy to adjust. So I'll trim that off flush later. So that's that bit done. What else have we got to do? We've done the medium, so we now got inject via the loop a signal of 250 kilocycles and tune the receiver, then adjust C6 for maximum output. So C6 is the other coil down here. Other coil? Capacitor even. In under there. That little monkey in there. And that is the top one now. So, what did I say? 250 kilohertz. Let's just ramp that up. We're rambling all over the place now. So 250. That'll do it. If I can get me flipping thing back on again.
here.
Let's turn that down. It doesn't. Turn it off even, so let's turn up the volume and let's adjust C6 for maximum smoke. Doesn't seem to make any difference, that one. Yes it is. Whoa, yes it is. Whoa, that one was a fair way out. There it is. Just hook that back up again. There we are. Sorted. Right. That's it. Alignment is done. So let's reconnect it now and see if it's made any difference. That's the trick, isn't it? So let's get the old output meter out of the way. So again, well worth getting hold of one of these for trim, and it's nice to see me. You can do it with an Avo, but you've got to use a dummy load as well. And this has got it all built in, so it does make it a lot easier. Let's pop one back out of the way. Turn off the sig gen and the frequency counter. That can come out of there. Let's say I haven't got the optimum kit to do that. I really need to sort myself out a proper loop antenna. My little bit of wire on a bog roll does the job, really, I suppose. But I'm sure you get a lot cleaner signal if it was properly matched. So we'll have to try and build like Andrew and Chris have made. So let's just reconnect this now. Let's prop it back up in its case as it was intended. And have a listen to it, see if we've made any noticeable improvement. It was certainly on the test gear, it's improved no end, but the proof of the pudding and all that, isn't it? So we've certainly got some good gain on that. Quite a lot, which is surprising because I did tweak the IF didn't come up much. To be fair, the IF was pretty much bang on, but RF was quite a way out. So
I'm quite good at recognising flowers and plants, but absolutely rubbish at recognising birds because I don't look up at them enough. I think the fact that you have had to focus very tightly. And the way you talked about looking
just
at
lighten
the
that up a
ground
bit
and really closely focusing is maybe what makes you a writer and why you are able to articulate. I'm a director, I need writers. You can articulate what I can't articulate. That's why consistently I've worked with you. And what you've got here is the building where we have our tackle. It's a grey limestone building, a few windows and a door.
Some years ago there was a bit of, I think it was Frankish vandalism more than anything. Security got added.
So it's bang on 1500 now on the meter. Medium wave. Oh yes, it's a working. I've brightened that camera up too bright now. Let's just darken that down a bit. There we go. There we go. She's a working. The only thing, as I say, I've got to sort out the dial cord needs tightening again a fraction more because it is binding. It's actually touching the top top plate. I think the sandwich is a bit too much, or the track needs, I don't know, a bit of lubricating or something. Who knows? I've got to make me too big now. Too big. Too big. Rob's tackling the beast of a Yacht Boy 210 with a seized tuning cap. They can be a bit of a pig to free up, but you know. Let me just catch up with the chat then, because I've had my head in the radio. So I think I was up to that stage. Knackered pencil, yeah, I was up to that. I forgot to put the meter up, yeah, I was there. One for 100 quid on eBay. Beating rats with a pallet. Tightly tweaked. Yeah, we certainly sorted that. It is sorted. It's very nice. So really, as I say, I've got to just sort that tuning cord. I've got to take the top back off anyway to give it a bit of a polish, although it's come up pretty nice just cleaning it, to be fair. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? Gold and burgundy. I won't need to touch it up because it is pretty much underneath those trims, so I won't need to touch that up. Got a bit of obligatory paint on there to get off. Some little paint flecks. Got to repaint the badge, so all the rest of it is cosmetics, really. I think it does now, doesn't it? It was a pretty sorry state when we had it first, but as I say, tuning cap's done, amplifiers recapped, AF117s are all zapped and working fine, and it's had a full trim up. I do need to seal those. Let's do that a minute while I think of it, otherwise it's going to drift, because every time you knock one of these radios, the cores are so bad in them. Can you see it on the overhead camera? Yeah, let's just zoom out a little bit. I'm just going to need to put some wax in those cores. I've had it with customers' radios before. I've sent their radios back to them, and in the post they've just rattled free, and you know, you either end up having to talk the customer through how to just tweak them. Literally, they just need a little tiny tweak and they're back again. But they do suffer in the post, these old radios. What it is what have I got to point with? Where's my little pointer right just now? There we go. What you've got, you can't really see it in this, but in these cores, there's a little tiny slither of elastic. And over the years, the elastic just perishes, and these cores stop becoming really free to move. And these two up here, you know, only need to sneeze, and these two are going to move. So I just need to melt some wax in there. Let's get my other soldering iron out to do that. Let's turn that one on. This is just my old soldering iron. I got it on a lower temperature. Let's get the old wax. Let's get the old wax candles out. Beeswax. Beeswax is softer than normal candle wax. So yeah, just a beeswax candle, and you can see it's been mullered. I've sliced bits off of it and all sorts, but it's just a case of getting your soldering iron in there and knocking over your cider bottle. So just need to melt a little tiny. You don't want to go mental. It's not going to go in the hole now, is it? Yeah, so it's a little bit there. A little bit there. I'm going to put some on the oscillator because, again, that's really loose. So I've learnt the hard way to do this, because it's really painful when you've spent ages working on a radio and it comes back because it's rattled loose in the post. So I try and do that with most of them now. There you go. So they are now all sealed. They will not move. No movie. So just a little tip for you. So, as I say, it won't rattle loose in the post. Hi, Michael. Earwax, earwax or candle. This is beeswax. These are beeswax. I don't know. You could try other stuff, but obviously it needs you need something that's quite soft. And if I put soldering iron back in there, just to melt it a little bit and start turning it, it forms its own little thread. Forms its own little thread once you get a twiddler in there and give it a go, and it'll make its own thread, and you can then adjust it and then just touch it with a soldering iron to reseal it afterwards. So there we go. That's them all sealed up. Good job. Right, so how are we doing? It's coming up 5 o'clock. Okay. So I'm going to put this one to one side now because, as I say, the rest of it is cosmetic. I need to clean the case. I've got a 3D print, a plug to go in there. If I can't 3D print one myself, I'll do the drawing and maybe see if I can persuade Chris. Don't tell him I'm going to ask him, but it's quite a big hole, that, look. I mean, I don't know what diameter that is. It's got to be a good 10 mil. hole. So either I'll 3D print it if I can get my 3D printer going, or I'll get Chris to do it. It's a bit of... And I'll spray that so it'll match in pretty good. The front grille, it really has got like a patina to it, really. All the paint is great in there. It's like a dark, it's like a chocolate brown color. So I think the paint is good. The Rexine's going to need a bit of a clean. It's got a bit of sag to it, but again, I don't think we're going to look at refoaming it. Don't really want to go that far with it. If the winner wants to refoam it, I could supply some foam to do it with, but I don't know if I'm going to do it. I might do it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I'm feeling lucky, I might have a go. But that's pretty much it. So just trying to think other things I've got to do to it. I've got to polish the top plate, but again, that's not too bad. I've got to clean all the knobs. I've got the dust protectors for it. I've got to give the not the volume pot because that's brand new, but the bass and treble a little squirt of switch cleaner. But yeah, so it's had quite a lot done now. So it's had a new volume pot with on-off switch. It's had a replacement tuning cap. We've done all the caps throughout the radio. We've zapped the AF117s. Quiescent current's done and midpoint voltage, and we've done a full alignment on it. So a lovely little radio that'll last many, many years. It'll outlast me, I'm sure. Right. Let's catch back up with my chat and finish my cider off before we decide what to do next. Beer 30. You think I can use it on my drawers? Oh, that would be a bit crunchy wearing my drawers with wax in them. I think you should refoam it. It would make a great video. It would, Mike. It would make a very painful video. Very painful and boring video. Probably outlast Radio 4. We've got to do the rear grille, haven't we? That's got to come off. Which is a bit of a sod. And again, if you recover one of these, I have refoamed one of these. I can't remember which one it is now, but I know I had to get this trim off, and it is very, very fragile. In fact, it's a pain in the neck to get it off. And obviously that has got to come off in order to refoam it, because you've got to take this Rexine off. But yeah, I've got to do that grill that someone's decided to stick on with glue. Look at that. Yeah. So if we could get some sort of solvent to soften the glue up around here. Soak in isopropyl, possibly, Mike. Yeah. I don't know what glue it is though. It could be contact adhesive. I'm not sure. But we don't have to take the Rexine off to do the grill, but we do need to take the inner piece off here. But this will come off quite easily. But if we wanted to refoam it, we would literally have to take that off. I mean, it's the glue has gone hard and dried up, so it might come off fairly easily. But I'm just creating a lot of work by trying to refoam it. That's hours and hours of extra work. But yeah, I think that's a step too far, Mike, a refoam. Acetone might soften it up. No, I've got some acetone up there, Doug. As long as it doesn't melt the plastic. That's the trouble with acetone, isn't it? It will melt plastic. And the trim is actually plastic. All this is plastic. It's got, it's like a pea, what do you call it? A pea moulding. So it's in the shape of a pea. And it's got a strip of metal all the way through it. Like a metal tube that's encapsulated in this plastic. It's almost laminated, I suppose. I suppose that's how they've done it. They've got some machine that laminates it, and then they cut it and bend it to fit. It's clever how they've done it, and it makes it look a really nice job. But this is, you're not actually looking at the metal, you're looking at plastic with the metal inside it. I assume they've used gold anodized metal, or whether they've just used a yellowy sort of plastic on it, I'm not sure. So yeah, I have got to get that off. But I think what I'll do is this I will do off of camera anyway, and I'll bring you back in with it when I've actually done it. As I say, I'll get me thinking head on about the holy. Yeah, and the floppy grill. That's it. Well, it's easy enough to fix that, but it depends what damage has been done by whatever glue. It looks, again, like contact adhesive. That could take a bit of getting off the excess glue up in the top here. It's not too bad in the rest of it, but they've got a big blob of it around there, which is a shame. There. Well. A diamond in the rough. It is, Andy. It's a lovely radio. I mean, I love the Hackers anyway. So we've got time to look at something else, another radio possibly. So let's have a bit of a vote on what we want to have a look at. Have I got anything that's pending indoors here? Only a Harrier CBX radio. But we'll leave the CBs for another day. But I haven't forgot the CBs. CB stuff is still very much in the offing. I've bought myself a Harrier CBX, which I want to restore for myself. Thank you very much, Michael. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the shout out there. So what we'll do is we'll go back to my picture alert, and I'll let you choose one, shall I? I'll let you choose something out the boot of my car, and I'll go and get it. Not going to work on anything today, but we'll have a look at it. And there's obviously a mixture in the boot of my car of transistor radios and where the hell's that gone to then? Ah, here we go. Yeah, there's a mixture in the boot of transistor radios and valve radios. Obviously, probably the valve radios we're not going to be able to power up because it's going to mean doing grid coupling caps, all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to leave that picture up a minute. And And I'm going to go and get some more batteries for my microphone because it's about to run out any second. So I'm going to mute you. If you put in the comments which one you want me to dig out, and it'd be useful if anybody recognises any of these. I can certainly recognise that one for sure. This one's a bit of an unusual beast. I've never had one. I've seen them. This could be from our Soviet friends. These three are obviously British. This is British, and that's British. So have a think, and we'll go with the majority. Right, new batteries are in. We should have sound again. Yeah, we got sound. We got sound. I hope I am on that screen. Let me just check. Am I on that? Yes, I am. Okay. Right, I'm back. Let's see what the voting is. What have you decided? There's no radiogram. Hi, Ganesh.
Top left, second in. Top left, second in. Yeah, I can see why you might choose that, Mike. The Grundig 2055. I don't believe there's a Grundig 2055 in there, Andrew, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, I did pay a fair bit for it, to be fair. So I need to be moving most of this on to get my money back on it, really. HMV radiogram is not there. Advanced Zodiac technology from Comrade Radiocruncher. Is that a vote for the Russian one? HMV. Do we have an HMV in there? I don't think there is an HMV in there. Cream coloured unit, a time clock punch. No, it's an old 1940s Volvo radio, Andy. Andy. It does look a bit strange, doesn't it? But it's actually a battery powered radio. Astrad, yeah. The Everready is too easy, Rob. Astrad, we seem to be getting quite a few Astrad votes here. What's the white thing middle back? Oh, on the ground there, there's a power supply, Nick. I think if that's what you mean. It is an Everready, yes it is. I wasn't going to tell anyone, Andrew, but you've sussed it. It's an Everready, I think it's a CE. Derek, afternoon, how are you? You like to look at the battery Volvo one on the left. That's a Vidor. I think with the Russians are winning at the moment. The Russians are winning. So let's get the nearly finished RP30 out the way. Cosmetics only. Let's sort out the alcohol situation because I need to move on. I'm gonna drink the. Shall I? Or shall I put that back in the fridge? No, I'm gonna go with one of my favourite beers now. Oh, Hacker Windsor. No, there's no Windsor there, Andrew. You sods, aren't you? You are buggers. Pardon my French. So we're going to go with a present from my lad Chris. The Beast. It's like Mrs. Cruncher when she's been on the drink. Exmoor Beast. So this is a present from my lad Chris for being such a great father. 6.6%, good stuff. A mysterious dark owl. Good stuff. And it's the Radiocruncher beer mug that Mrs. Cruncher got me for Christmas. Radiocruncher with Spectrum Analyzer this year. Spectrum Analyzer. Let's big it up for the Spectrum Analyzer this year. Father Christmas, Graham wants a Spectrum Analyzer. Please, can he have one? He doesn't mind which one, as long as it's got a tracking generator. But yeah, I've got a video coming out of Nick Petronics there, and I invaded his workshop and we had a look through some of his test equipment. He's got some very nice gear in there, so. And not only has he got some nice gear, he knows how to use it, which is always a bonus, because I ain't got a clue on half of the stuff here. Well, I got a vague idea, but, you know. I tend to know as much as I need to know to get done what I need to get done.
6.6 will do the trick. Yeah, it is. It is. You've got to have a drop of beer with it, Andy. I mean, you got to. It helps. And it is my day off. It's a Sunday, so I'm allowed to drink and work on radios at the same time. Although I wouldn't recommend it for some of the bitey ones, really. Some of the bitey ones. So cheers, everybody. I think really these days it's better, and I think Chris has told me this numerous times, that you're probably better off buying a new spectrum analyzer rather than an old one, because of the fact they're getting very unreliable and they're very difficult to repair. So yes, as dark as molasses, brown bottle flu tomorrow. What's that? Tomorrow morning. Morning. Great stuff, Andy. Anyway, cheers, everybody. The beast. We'll get the beast down my neck. It's a beauty, isn't it? Yeah. She pulled that one out of the can. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Well, in fact, I wasn't expecting half the things. Well, 3/4 of the things that she got me. Does spoil me at Christmas, Mrs. Cruncher does. But yeah, I'm really gonna have to get in the good books to try and get a spectrum analyzer. I mean, you're looking £1,500. £1,500. That's a hellish lot of money. So I don't think Father Christmas is actually going to bring that, which, you know, it's a shame. But you know, one day you never know. Might win the lottery, or might win one of these competitions we keep doing on Breakfast TV. It is personalised. Yeah, she did get it engraved for me as well. Yeah, I know Nick has got one of those, Mr. Petronics. It's a beauty. He wouldn't let me touch it though. I did try getting out of the room with it, but he wouldn't have none of it. He wouldn't have none of it. But that video's coming out on Wednesday, people. It's already available for my patrons. So if you're a subscriber on Patreon, you can watch that video now. But if not, you'll have to wait till Wednesday. So, and I have got some more videos out as well that I must get edited and done. In fact, they're pretty much edited. I just need to get them on the computer, put all the bits together, and get them out there. So I've got quite a few. So yeah, Nick is saying the Sigilant, is it Sigilant or Sigilant? Sigilant, I think. Yeah, you're dead right, George. There used to be thousands. It used to be 5 figures, didn't they? 5 figures for that. You want a VIC-20, Daniel? What, for Christmas? I'm sure I can sort you one out for Christmas. I can't give it to you, but I can probably sell it to you. Although one of the chaps in the village did say he wanted it, but he's not really said anything else for the last, well, must be nearly a year since I did the video on that one. But I've got 2 VIC-20s here, and I've got 4 or 5 Commodore 64s, including the bread bin one, and 2 Amiga. Are they 500s or 600s? I'm not sure. So I've got 2 Amigas here as well. Still, Daniel, what? I've still got some games up in the loft. What, some VIC-20 ones? Yeah, I've got a lot of cartridges for it as well. Back in the day, the Hewlett-Packard Spectrum analyzers were 50k. They're crazy money. Yeah. Oh, Nick was saying that the other day. You buy a house for what it used to cost for a Spectrum analyzer. Why so much, though? She'd need more than a case of wine, Andy. Port is what gets her going crazy. Get her a bottle of port, and that'll be it. She'll be well underway. She'll be buying anything. Yeah, you can have that. Yeah, of course you can. Get me another glass. Right, what are we grabbing from the car then? Are we going to grab the Russian, are we? I have looked, I've got one of these already. I've got one in for repair, haven't I? A barrel of port. God Christ. That'd be a good swap though, wouldn't it? A barrel of port for a spectrum analyzer. Fair swap. So you want me to grab the Russian, do you? Let me go and see what I can find in the boot of the car then. I'll leave you to look at the goats. I'll leave the audio on while I go down there. The goats can guard the Radiocruncher beer, look. They can guard the beer while I go down and get the Russian out of the boot. The boot? That sounds German. Right. Homemade pizza for tea. Oh, that's bubbled up. Right, walking down to the car. Authentic gravel noises. Boot opening noise. Right, let's grab our Russian friend from the boot. It looks like there's something missing, some sort of clip missing to hold the aerial in, I'm not sure. Or is that a different aerial? I really don't know. I don't know what the story is with that. Anyway, we'll get it up and have a look. It's a lumpy radio. I don't think it is the same model as the one that I've got on the landing. I'm coming up. Well, I'm not. I'm walking through the kitchen at the moment. No, it's a different one. That's interesting now. Same layout, but a totally different radio. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the other one's got like a wooden case. This one's plastic, but Whew. There's a hell of a lot of connections on the back of it. Whoa, this should be mental. Look at the handle on the thing, it's a bit chunky. I'll zoom you out a bit. So now I've got my soldering iron the wrong way around because I was using it for melting the wax. So let's just move that the other way around. Get the wire out of the way. There we are. What a monster. It's a monster. It's the Russian Grundig, Andrew. Gavin. Hi Gavin, how are you? Let's see you pop in there, mate. Spectrum analyzers are 17k, flipping heck.
You had 4 Hewlett-Packard spectrum analyzers back in BBC Bristol Electronics Workshop. Don't blow the ass off it was the mantra. Attenuators all the way, yeah. Attenuator. I mean, Nick's got a massive attenuator. That doesn't sound good, does it? No, Nick has got a huge attenuator for it. Which, you'd have a job to get a signal past that, really. Well, get a strong signal past it. So, Astrad Solar. 17 transistor. Bit of a wibbly wobbly handle. Looks like it's massive, that handle. Sounds like it's spring loaded in some way. This was back left, far left. It's a monster in it. I'm in the way of it a little bit. So we've got 2 tuning. There's a meter as well. Oh, I see. That's spring loaded, that aerial. So you push it in and it locks in. Oh, that's nifty. Right, let's get me out of the picture a minute. You don't want to see me, do you? So let's have a look on this thing. This is very similar to the one I've got in for repair, but the one I've got in for repair has got a wooden front. This is it's actually quite a nice vinyl, Russian vinyl. Didn't have that on the Vegas, did they? Metal badges, nice. Plastic grill on the front. What have we got on the base? We've got our battery compartment on the base. So on the top then, let's have a look what we've got. So we've got our volume, got a little button there. That could be a light. It doesn't say anything on it though. Maybe that's light. VHF AFC, stiff. Local. Whether that's some sort of attenuator, I'm not sure. Or is it... Well, I don't know. Band? Band, I'm not sure. Is that band spread? Oh, let me get you in a little bit closer so you can have a look at the actual buttons that I'm pushing. So let's get you in a bit closer. Okay, there you are. Right. Mind you, if you're watching this on a TV, it's going to be huge on the screen anyway. Okay, that's probably a bit better. So we've got VHF AFC, or automatic frequency control, VHF button, local. I'm not sure what local is, whether that's an attenuator, I'm not sure. And band. Is that band spread? I don't know. F antenna. Ferrite, that'll be. So that probably switches the ferrite antenna in and out, because there is connections on the back for antennas. So shortwave 1, then we've got medium wave, and then we've got shortwave 2, then we've got long wave, then shortwave 3. That's going to be for external input or output, and that's on, off. Tuning over here, we seem to have, that one is UHF, the outer one, by the looks of it. I thought it might be fine tuning, but it's not, sadly. So that's the UHF by the looks of it, which is 88 to 104 on this one. And this is our short wave, long wave, and medium wave. We've got bass and treble. I say the aerial's fine. It actually is spring loaded, so I thought it's broken or the wrong aerial, but you've got to literally push it in, and then it
springs back and jams in there, which is quite nifty really. It's got a 360-degree swivel mount on it. It's a heavy radio. So let's have a look at the back. What have we got here then, first of all? So we've got the knackered pencil out again. You love this pencil, don't you? That's your favourite thing. I'm so poor I can't afford decent pencils. So we've got our aerial. Now I assume this is going to be for AM. So aerial and ground, and then we've got a VHF dipole, which is I don't know what that connector is. It could be just a normal like TV aerial connector. Then we've got a silver bit here that looks like it's covering up some lettering. So whether there's some, it's almost like there should be a model number there, shouldn't there really? But for some reason we've got this label covering. I don't want to peel it off because it will ruin it. Let's get the glare off if I can. So we've got our ranges. So shortwave 1 is 15.1 to 17.9 megs. Shortwave 2, 9.4 to 12.1. Shortwave 3, 5.65 to 7.4. Medium wave is medium wave. Long wave. And then VHF 88 to 104. Made in the USSR. Serial number looks like 64784. Is it 84784? I can't really see that. Sorry, I'll get the glare off of it. And then moving over to this side, if it'll go over that far, yes it will just about. Tape recorder, so that'd be output to tape recorder. Record player. So that's a pickup. So that means that that's an input from the record player. So this would act as the amplifier. So we potentially got an input for a phone if you want to play MP3s through it. Could be useful. That's going to be low level as well if it's a record player. So you'll probably get quite a nice signal in through that. Headphone, external battery 12 volts. And down the bottom we've got external loudspeakers. Well, external loudspeaker because it's a mono set. It's a seriously industrial looking bit of kit, isn't it? It really is. It's heavy as hell. Ugh. What we need to just double check is that we haven't got any batteries in this bottom compartment a minute. Be careful because it's going to fall over else. Alright, let's just zoom back out a minute. Let's make sure we haven't got any batteries in this. So we use a huge crate screwdriver for a huge crate radio. Oh my god, this looks like it's spring loaded. That is a serious battery tray. Look at the size of that thing. So what does it take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 batteries, 12 volt. So it like slides in and out. It's in good nick though. It's not got any corrosion in there at all, which is good news. Let's pop that back in then. So that seems a bit tight. Don't want to cross thread it. So say, these do come up from time to time on eBay, but not very often, and they are usually pretty expensive when they do come up. So this is a good find, really. Again, I didn't get this cheap, but it wasn't expensive either, so it was in between. So let's have a look on the back here. Let's see if we can hook this thing up to 12 volts. Let's do it like that. I had one of these. I had a lead out here earlier for that. So this one here. This is my one of my little hookup leads that I've made, as I've got many. You've seen a red one. You've seen a red one, Benji. Yeah, go on, send us a link, Benji. Pop me a link. You can email it to me, or you're going to put it there. You might be able to put a link in. So that's on negative. That's our positive. So we're going to hot wire it. I'm going to use the bench power supply, which is always better anyway, because if there is a problem with it, we can set the current limiter, which I will do anyway. So it's 12 volt. So you now got to place your bets as to whether this thing is going to work. So let's turn that back off again. Let's connect this up. Power, right, okay. So now, as I say, you've got to place your bets as to whether you think this is going to work or not. It does weigh a ton. I'm going to start it off on VHF. It's got a little bit of a wibbly wobbly aerial, but it's all there. And it's huge. It's a monster aerial. It's huge. I think Benji's just so we need some voting as to whether this is going to work or not. Let's there we go. Benji sent me a link to a radio. A Riga 103. Okay, yeah, slightly different branding, but looks like the same radio. Let's so let's see what I'm doing at the moment. Am I picture-in-picture or not? No, I'm not. So let's go to my. Benji just sent this through. So we'll have a quick look. Should be on that now. Yes, you are. Okay. Let's go full screen with it. So it's a Riga 103 then, 1967 to 74. It was definitely the same radio. It's obviously this isn't Riga, but that logo there is identical. So that's possibly what's underneath that sticker. It could be Riga. So the Riga 103-1 was a plywood body finished artificial leather. And more common is the 103 veneered with valuable wood veneer sheet. Valuable wood veneer sheet. So that's not the same radio, is it there? Is it or isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not the same scale. Oh, there we are. That's the red one, look. Oh, wow. That is impressive, isn't it? 17 transistors. VHF. Yeah, so slightly different dial face on it, but pretty much the same radio. Slightly different knobs. How do we get out of that then? Let's go F11. Let's get back. What's that then? Oh wow, look at that. I like that. I like that a lot. If we can zoom in on that at all, can we? That's nice, isn't it? So they've actually done a bit of marquetry by the looks of it and let that into it. Is that genuine? And that one's got a Russian flag on it. Look at that. Well, I bet they're very rare if they're actual ones, actual production models, unless somebody's actually done that themselves. But very interesting, Benji. Thank you for that. What does it say? For the deputies of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR for the solemn meeting in honor of the 50th anniversary of the USSR in 1972, a gift version was made with the image of the flag. So that was a factory production one then. I bet that's rare as rockin' horse poo. Another gift option depicting a silhouette of Riga was intended for foreign guests of the event. Wow. So it was exported under the trademarks of Riga Astrad Solar, Astrad Auriga, and more often with the European VHF band and the HF band at 16 to 19 meters instead of the 60 meters. So yeah, that's what we've got pretty much. What's that there? Well, that looks like the FM tuning, FM front end possibly. A full description of the radio is available in the book. Well, there you are. There you are. Right, let's go back. Thanks for that, Benji. Appreciate that. Interesting stuff. Bit of a history lesson. You're back, Rob, are you? Robert Cross. We all think it's going to work then. Yeah, I think you're right there, Doug. Right, okay, let's push the button, shall we? We ready? Oh. Oh. That sounds good. So it's sensitive. I don't normally pick nothing up there.
To continue their amazing work in communities across the UK.
Yeah, I think it's really important to recognise that it feels unfair.
Some bass on that.
Push it aside and say, oh well, it doesn't matter, I'll just get on with it. It is unfair, it is awful, it's not how you wanted it to be, it's not what you expected. So recognise those feelings, really talk about them, express them. I promise you there'll be lots of people at university who you're going to meet who will feel exactly the same way. Once you've kind of recognised that and allowed yourself to process it, then say to yourself, okay, it's not fair, it's not great, it's not how I wish it to be, but this is where I am. So what outcomes did I want to get from university? What did I want to get out of it?
Oh, the lights work.
And then how can you work with your current situation to actually still get those outcomes? So I'm a big fan of lists. Write down your outcomes, 6 top outcomes, how you're going to achieve those. Write down a little practical plan about how you're actually going to get the most out of it.
That
and you
sounds
know what, in my
good.
experience, actually through the hardest times and the most challenging of times, actually sometimes the best experiences can come, the strongest friendships can come. That's definitely true.
That's got some mental
and there are memories
base.
that you will make that you'll never ever forget. So although it's difficult, try to see what opportunities there are in that and really tap into those and make the most of it.
That's good advice, isn't it? Because a lot of people will feel resentful or maybe regret the fact that they chose to go to uni when maybe doing something else wouldn't have happened during...
He's not let us down, to be fair. He released album Changes, we had Stuck With You with Ariana Grande, and now, I guess just because he's feeling it, another new one which kickstarts the new Justin Bieber era, teaming up with Chance the Rapper. It's been out 2 days, and here we are in the chart already. If this climbs to the top next week, by the way, it'll be Justin's 10th #1, which will put him level with Ed Sheeran as the artist with the most official Big Top 40 #1s ever. This week, though, it's 19. Good start. Bieber, Holy.
Bieber!
Chart.
Gotta love you Bieber lovers out there.
Amazing voice of Whitney Houston here on BBC Radio Cornwall. And step
Radio
by step,
Cornwall.
it's,
That's
just
good.
On 20 to 6.
It was a massive kick up in the air, and underneath it was, of course, British Lion.
The bass is absolutely mental on it. I mean, adjusting the controls seems to make no difference. It probably is going to need the amplifier board recapping, I suspect. But
her mother even taking Kamala with her.
She used to take young Kamala to protests in a stroller.
Kevin Sullivan is a senior correspondent with the Washington Post. He's interviewed Harris in the past and is co-author of a new book, Trump on Trial.
Some of her earliest memories were running around the legs of adult protesters and screaming for freedom, as she said she remembers. That aspect of her personality has been a great asset for
oh no, I don't think so. No, get off. Whoa, that sounds amazing. No, sorry, Andrew. I'm not no. You need to raise the stakes, Andrew. You need to raise the stakes, mate. That is mental, is it?
Feel like me, baby, and Circles. And a big thank you to David Steer, who emailed me to tell me about a new 3-disc CD out on Friday called The New Seeker's Gold, featuring all the hits and much, much more. I bumped into them once, in Church Street in Liverpool.
I can feel the bass in my chest. That's mental.
We've been rehearsing with the Unity Youth Theatre. And they must have been on the Empire or somewhere doing a gig. I didn't say hello or anything. Well, I didn't know them, did I?
Wow.
And I didn't look like a crazed fan. Anyway, I'll have another triple for you after 6, featuring Paloma Faith. Yeah? And I'm Paul O'Grady.
Nice.
This is Radio 2. And as it's 6 o'clock, I think we should have a much-needed cocktail, don't you? Yes, and as ever, I must warn you, because this comes with a health warning. And today it's something called a small rash. You out of your mind? A small rash. Why are you going to... guess why it's called a small rash, dear listener? Yeah. It's called this because if you have too many, you'll come out in one. It's not a bit of a warning, Malcolm. You're not selling it here, Anyway, that's how you make this concoction.
That is
you pour 50
sounds
mil of rum into a shaker or mixing bowl. Is that...
That's, to be fair, that's got to be a Grundy killer, isn't it? That's got to be knocking on the door of the Grundigs, the satellites, surely. That sounds amazing. It depends how it works on
on shortwave, I suppose, doesn't it?
And then you add to this a small cup of ice, probably to dilute this lethal concoction. Then you shake or stir, strain into a glass that you've rimmed with sugar. Please. Is this to sweeten this? And then you garnish with a piece of lemon and ginger. Now, is this stem ginger in a jar, you know, in the syrup? Because if so, you'll have to wash it first because it'll be too sweet. Or is it, you slice a piece of raw ginger, fresh ginger, Malcolm? Because if you were drinking this from a cocktail glass and there's a dirty great shard of ginger in there, it could cause an accident. Never mind the slab of lemon. Anyway, please remember, if you're going to knock this back, to drink responsibly. I won't be responsible for anything that happens. Whiskey, rum and absinthe in one glass.
Whiskey, rum and absinthe?
Even Arvada wouldn't touch that. I'm not saying something. Oh my God. And to come...
So, a bit of tuning meter action. So at the moment I've got the... obviously, as you move it, tuning drops off. I'll turn that down a bit because I'll get stung else. So let's push the local switch. So that's obviously an attenuator. Let's find radio 4.
Alec Karakatsanis, founder and executive director of the Washington-based Civil Rights.
Let's take the AFC off.
Kamala Harris had a reputation as a very harsh prosecutor. She won the first district attorney race running a tough on
So let's push the local button now.
harsher alternative to the incumbent prosecutor.
Yeah, so the local's an attenuator, so that'll stop adjacent channels interfering with it. Hi Theo, how you doing? Have you just dropped in, Theo? Or have you been there all the time? Apologies, I don't think I said hello to you. Zorba, you might be able to put Zorba. No, tuning cap's fine. And that why you? Okay, Andrew. No, I think we're getting close. Roland Schwartz spectrum analyzer. Yeah, I think yeah, you've upped the stakes there, Andrew. I'll shake on that, mate. Cheers. That's a done deal.
Washington Post, Kevin Sullivan.
She was tough, but she also was progressive. She said there are people who commit crimes who don't need punishment, they need help. She was also...
Right, it's time to give it a workout then on... Let's try it on medium wave first. Let's see how it performs on medium wave. And obviously you've heard the... let's turn it back up this way. You've heard how the Hacker worked in here. So let's have a look at this. I don't know, this might have another stage of amplification. It might have an amplification in the front end, an RF amplifier, which would like knock spots off of the Hackers, unfortunately. So we're on medium wave, we don't need the aerial up. I don't think it's as sensitive unless I've just got to change the orientation of the sat. I'm trying to find Radio Devon.
field. Northampton put sort of drove Northampton off their own footing. That's great scrummaging. Obviously the tight head Harry Williams will get the plaudits, the hooker as well, Colin Dickey, and the big men in the engine room behind them. And Hill.
No, I don't think that's as sensitive as the Hacker. Oh, hang on. Have I got to have that down? Ah, hang on. I might have. That might have to be down to switch the ferrite antenna in, perhaps. Ah, Doug's just said exactly the same. Yeah, now it's picking up. Now it's picking up.
New sound of 606 on season with Chris Dutton every Saturday and Sunday night of the season.
Oh, that's good.
And here is Robertson for Liverpool. Checks back and gives it to Keita. I'm sure you'll want to talk about this game and the instant in.
Oh, was that a bit of Marty Robbins? I love a bit of Marty.
Johnny Hill, but he's got play up to inside the 22. Taylor back inside.
That is good.
David Ribbons, who got 2.
Can't knock that. That is really sensitive. Yeah, that's really sensitive. I can't knock that at all. That's great. So let's try long wave. So long wave, we should be about here for radio 4.
Pause to vote for Joe Biden because of her.
Joe Biden's the guy from 50 years here, and people know him, and people may disagree with his policies, but nobody thinks that he's some, crazed left-wing socialist. So the next best thing, I think, is to try to tar Kamala Harris with the same sorts of labels.
But is Kamala Harris the one who's really going places? Might she end up president? A slip of the tongue, maybe, but this week she talked about a Harris administration
stunning.
Together with Joe Biden.
Joe Biden will be the oldest. If he wins, he will be the oldest.
That's performed very, very well. Let's give it half a chance, and we'll check it out on shortwave in a minute. Let's see if I can find my shortwave antenna. My long wire, I think that's connected into there. Let's have a play with it on shortwave then. We'll give it the benefit and put an earth wire in it as well. So I've got an earth wire. If it'll reach, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. Oops. Nearly pulled my antenna analyzer off the bench then. So let's have a look. Antenna Hopefully that'll make connection. You might have to jam this in there, because that's never going to make the connection. Bum. Let's try that. It's better. Let's get the ground in. So I'm just trying long wave now with the... Oh wow.
Irish C.
Now we're pulling in some stations.
Then West later 3 to 5.
I just need to get better connection into that ground.
Shannon, variable 2 to 4, becoming northwesterly 5 in northwest. There, 3. Northwest Rockall, southwesterly becoming cyclonic later 5 to 7. Rain developing. Good.
So I've now got some. Tony, how you doing,
Rockall,
mate?
Malin, variable 2 to 4.
We're really... So what I've basically done, I've put the external aerial in now and I've switched out the ferrite rod. So whereas before we were getting quite good reception on Radio 4, but now it's really good. But we've also got other stations now. I mean, what is that?
Yes, Susan Powell.
Thank you, Diana. Good evening. This week sees the autumn equinox.
Right, let's hit a shortwave. Shortwave 1. So shortwave 1 is 17 to 20 meters. So we should be able to hear something on that. Christ, that made me jump. That made me jump.
Help. If a senior person is having a birthday, you could say,
China Radio International.
Hapo ndio tunafika mwisho wa matangazo yetu ya leo kutoka idhaa ya Kiswahili ya Sauti Amerika. Usikose kuungana nasi hapo kesho kama kawaida ifikapo saa 12:30 jioni saa za Afrika ya Kati na nusu usiku kwa saa za Afrika Mashariki.
Well, class is over.
Hellish sensitive. It's it's lacking fine tune.
This is VOA News via remote. I'm Diane Roberts. A U.S. judge earlier blocked the Commerce from Apple and Google to remove WeChat for download starting late Sunday. The U.S. magistrate has said in an order that WeChat users who filed a lawsuit, quote, have shown serious questions going to the merits of the first the balance of hardship in the plaintiff's favor. Preliminary can also block the commerce order that would have barred other transactions with WeChat.
That's pretty good reception.
In the United States that could have degraded the site's usability for current U.S. users. U.S. President Donald Trump touted what he called a fantastic deal that could see Oracle and Walmart become U.S. tech partners for TikTok, which the president is seeking to ban over security concerns. He told reporters he was giving the deal with Oracle his blessing and that it had addressed U.S. national security concerns. Syrian opposition sources said Russian jets...
Another beer going in, people, a minute, because I'm going to need assistance for tuning purposes. Can you receive nicobine? Nicobine? No, I can't. You're gone. You're gone, Andrew. All that remains is part of the track. See? I was paying attention. How you doing, Tony, anyway, mate? Hope you're doing all right. And what an entrance as well.
UN sanctions on Tehran, Iranian President Hassan Rouhani said in a televised speech Sunday.
Right, let's try shortwave 2.
It was held in Bucharest on Saturday evening. Participants in the...
So shortwave 2 is, where are we? Shortwave 2, it's a bit random, this is in meters, so this is 25 to 31 meters, so we do have more of a chance on this, so let's wind it right back. So more beer going in, people.
Cosas curiosas que quizá no sabía.
So we're starting at 25 meters and going to 31.
Больше профессиональных посетителей по сравнению. Кроме того, мероприятие собрало 2238 участников из 20 стран.
Also, the agenda of talks includes a strategic debate on the future of the EU's partnerships with the states in the southern neighborhood. Also, on the sidelines of the ministerial meeting, the head of the Romanian diplomacy will have a bilateral meeting with Miroslav Lajčák.
Probably Radio Romania International.
For the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue.
Tune in for radio.
The capital of Romania
Frequency
celebrated
radio
on
buds.
Sunday 561 years since it was first mentioned in documents. This year, the events, part of the Days of Bucharest, took place in a special...
Cheers, Brett. Catch you later, mate. That's got some serious signal strength on it. That's a strong
Are you all getting into that? So the tuning meter does help you tune a station in.
2131 du Conseil de sécurité
Itchy eye.
qui avait approuvé l'accord en
Ah, itchy eye. Ah. Mike! A new pencil! And get the Astrad oiled. Cheers, mate. Mike, you're a star. Get it oiled.
Les États-Unis n'ont pas le droit d'invoquer le retour en arrière.
That's French.
Le pays n'est plus partie prenante à l'accord nucléaire iranien depuis qu'il s'en est retiré en mai.
That tuning meter works very well, actually. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for joining us today, mate. Always appreciate your company. Plenty more to come, though. Let's keep going. I'm literally only about half an inch, that's all. Stay, Kay. We're up into 28 meters now, so we're going down in frequency. So coming into a broadcast band now near 31 meters. Hi Richard, how are you, mate? I know. It would be a good partner for the B210, Richard. Richard's right, really, because reception at night time is far better. God knows what that is. Tiny, how you doing? Anybody recognise any of these stations?
It's picking loads up.
Pozisyonunu bozdu ve oyun kare vuruşunda.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of stations. So let's try shortwave 3. So we're going up in frequency again now, or we're going down. No, we're going down in frequency. We're going up in frequency. I'm getting confused here. We're going up in frequency again now. So let's pop the dial over to this side. So we're now going, when I switch it over, let's take the dial back up this way a minute. So shortwave 3 is 41 meters to 52 meters. It's a lower frequency. It's receiving though, hell.
Đó là những sản phẩm cà phê organic, cà phê đặc sản, cà phê trồn, vân vân. Hoặc sản phẩm có yếu tố.
Incidentally, this long wire area was nothing fancy. All it literally is a piece of wire from here, goes down through the garden and just is tied on to the branch of a tree. So it ain't nothing special. It's probably 15 meters long, maybe. So it's nothing fancy. You're the clangers, Tony. Yeah, light works, Benji. Here you go, bit light action, ready? Both lights work. So we're up near 40 meters at the moment. Morse. Oh bum. Just pulled the earth out. The earth is a bit stretched, to say the least. What I was going to try and do is see if we could where are we? Just wonder if we could hang the signal generator anywhere near it and see if we could get it to resolve the CW.
How can we jam that in? Let's see if we can jam it in underneath the aerial. It's got to be about 470 in it, somewhere around there. That's Ritty. I'm just trying to see if I can mix the signal from the signal generator with it to try and get it to resolve the sideband of the CW, but it won't. Let's turn that off.
Liverpool at home to Arsenal.
Well, we've got English speaking on.
That one looks very impressive.
It was around 7 megs, Doug, yeah. But on 48 meters now, we've got an English speaking sport channel. And we're in the 49 meter band now, so that should. Plenty in there to listen to. I mean, really, we should be able to get some amateur action up on 20 meters, really. I don't know how far into 20 meters it goes, though. What's it say? It doesn't quite hit the 20 meter band. It starts at 15 megs, and 20 meters is on 14 megs. But yeah, shortwave 3 at the top end, it goes up to 7.4 megs. That's why at the top here there's loads of stations on shortwave 3. So we need to be right at the top for 7.4 is.
Okay, I'm getting distracted now, aren't I? But yeah. Wow, what a radio. That works. Oh, I didn't have the earth in. That would help, wouldn't it? No, I can't seem to get the signal generator to interact with it, but there we go. Astrad Solar. Hell. That is a good radio. That's a nice radio. So, there you go. Let's get back to me. I'm getting a bit warm up here, actually. Whew. Let's look. The camera's getting a bit dark because we're getting darker. It's getting near my tea time, people. Bjorn, how are you doing? Yeah, it did. I did reconnect it, and it did make it a bit better. That's what I was trying to do, Doug, but I couldn't get it to interact, mate. Amateur action. I wondered he was going to pick up on that, Andrew. Well, I've still got a bit of beer left, so that's certainly a cracking radio, isn't it? It really is good. That I'm liking that a lot.
So when lonely in the deep dark night, you think of another. Will you make me my wife? Will you take me away? Will you make me my wife? Gotta know right now, before we go any further. Do you love me? Will you love me forever? Do you need me? Will you ever need me? Will you make me so happy for the rest of my life? Will you take me away? Will you make me my wife?
That's unreal. Go on, Libby. Oh, you're amazing. Wow. You are amazing. Wow, wow. So you love that one. Do you even know what the song is about?
It's about when a boy, first of all it goes slow,
Dirty
but then in the
switches.
middle they play football and a girl says to stop, and she asks if she can marry the man. That's Meatloaf.
Right.
And then they basically, Meatloaf says yes, but he wants to think about it first and stay overnight.
Oh, okay, so he wants to stay overnight and then have a think about it before he makes his decision.
Yeah, but then, because the girl can't wait, he just says yeah.
I bet. And Libby, it sounds like you really, really, really like the album and you like a couple of the songs in there. What could he have done to improve it? What could have been better?
I think we're I think we're talking Meatloaf, Paradise by the Dashboard Light, and I don't think that's for youngsters, really, is it? But this little girl seems to know all about it.
But half of it is just music, but I love the music, but it's just a bit too much music.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Meatloaf, if you're listening, if you want to redo the album, Libby wants to hear more of you and less of the music.
Best we move off of that.
University years studying geography at Durham.
We were taken out into the field and taught how to really observe and perceive and interpret the landscape and the spatial relationships, settlements and topography and river drainage and so on. And I still walk and perceive the landscape in that way.
It does sound really, really nice.
I love how simple.
I would have played till I was 40 if I could. So having it cut away quite early, it is upsetting, especially as I had a new offer that I was, dead keen to follow, and it's just one of those things now, unfortunately.
New Plymouth Albion assistant coach Will Hurrell talking to Caroline Cook. Stay tuned to BBC Radio Devon Sport. We'll have the whole of the second half of the
Radio Devon
against Northampton coming up next.
50 million records sold worldwide.
Well, there you go. That's enough of that noise, isn't it? That's enough of that noise. So what else have we got then? What else have we got? Let me think. So as a final treat for you, I can show you the Cruncher on the news. Would you like to see yours truly live on the news? Let me just see where I am on the camera. Okay, I'm full screen with me. Let's this is on West Country News. So hopefully you'll be able to hear this. I'll turn the volume up because it'll probably come through my microphone rather than through your screen. So let's go to screen capture.
We had up to sort of 60 plus family-sized tents with gazebos, generators, open fires, rubbish, human waste here on most sort of Friday and Saturday nights, and that type of camping isn't permitted anywhere in Dartmoor, and it certainly isn't sustainable for a site like Belvoir.
Ah, well, that wasn't me. Hang on then, let's see if I can find me. Is it this one?
This beautiful babbling stream at Belvoir on Dartmoor looks idyllic. But the likelihood is it will erode more of the moorland away because of this fire pit that's been made on the side of the stream by people camping here. And it's just one of 100 fire pits the Dartmoor Rangers have had to fill in on this site in the month that camping has been banned here. The Park Authority imposed the ban because as lockdown eased, this site, where wild camping was allowed, attracted big groups who caused chaos, taking wild camping to the extreme.
We had up to sort of 60 plus family-sized tents with gazebos, generators, open fires.
That's not
rubbish,
camping, is it, really?
Human waste here on most of the Friday and Saturday nights, and that type of camping isn't permitted anywhere in Dartmoor, and it certainly isn't sustainable for a site like Belvoir.
The campers drove the wildlife away from the site too, and they also risk damaging important historical artefacts.
It's been great since the ban. Some of the bird life has come back. The cattle have and ponies have come back to graze here and drink from the river. The herons have returned. It's been really successful.
It's all about being sensible, according to walkers we spoke to today.
And the people we're seeing here today are being absolutely respectful, and that's what we expect and that's what we want. And
Cruncher's coming up.
There's got to be either more restriction or more awareness.
I've done a lot of packing on Dartmoor, but that's like single man, tent on your own, no damage to the environment. If theres big groups going up there, they're just going out to party, aren't they, really?
Well, the ban has now been lifted. The Rangers are asking people to still not...
Cruncher live on the news. Would you believe it? Would you believe it?
And we don't picture in picture wall. He's live on the news. You believe it? Would you believe it? Is this the arrest? Yeah, you should. Well, you should be able to find that. That's just on itv.com West Country. If you just click on West Country, you'll be able to watch it if you really wanted to see it yet again. But that's great, isn't it? Oh dear. So yeah, let's say we're out with the dogs. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before. Up at Belliver, just about to go out on the moors for a walk, and I got collared by a camera crew. So there you go. Cruncher on TV. Texan R9700DX. Not familiar with that one, Gary, but Texan do make some good stuff, and they've just brought a brand new replacement out for the PL880. I believe it's a PL990, which I haven't watched any reviews yet, but it's not mega money really. It's dearer than the 880, but then the 880 prices have come like right down at the moment. So there you go, Cruncher on the news. That's pretty much all I've got for today, people. I mean, you've had a sneak preview of the Astrad. Again, if anyone's interested in that, you'll have to let me know. It's very tempting to keep that for myself, but then I can't keep them all, can I? It's got a little bit of a bendy aerial, but that can be bent back. That's not a major issue. A lovely, lovely radio. Very good quality. Very well made. So there you are. That's it then, people, for today. I probably will be on in the week. We'll see how it goes, but I've got loads to do, so yeah. You may catch me in the week at some stage. So again, thumbs up if you like that. If you're not a subscriber and you're watching, then please subscribe. I'm looking to get to 3,000 and we can give away this, not this Astrad, but the red Hacker Herald. Cheers, Andy. Thanks, Dave. And thanks to everyone that's done the super chats today. Really appreciate that. Mike's gone mad again. He's a great chap. Much appreciated. So cheers, everybody, and for the new viewers as well. A few people I've not seen before, so make sure you hit the subscribe button, people. We'll get me up to 3,000, and we'll have a very nice radio to give away. I mean, that is a 3-figure radio, really. So let's do it. Catch you in the week, hopefully. Bye for now, people. Have fun and stay safe and all the rest of it.